Vale.
Hola, buenos días a todos.
Hello and good morning to one and all, and thank you very much for your attendance. My name is Yolanda Bueno, Rafael Socas and Gabriel Rodalla. We're going to be sharing our recent developments in edge computing and to what extent this will help enhance distributed AI. We are at the times when edge computing basically needs two elements. First, a robust communication networks able of offering the features that these type of solutions require. In Telefónica, we are working down to lines 5G, which is a technology that might offer us high-quality networks in terms of broadband and latency. In Spain, we have a coverage of 92% of the population covered by 5G. When it comes to communication networks, this kind of solutions require fiber networks. The coverage in Spain is around 92% of the total population, even in rural environments, which is much higher than in other European countries. We have a communications network which is capable of supporting these functionalities, and also we have to create data centers to ensure a distributed node. We have large data centers with infrastructure, deployed infrastructure, and we are now developing smaller data centers which will offer us capillarity around the Spanish geography. We'll have infrastructure to offer computation capabilities, storage, and of course artificial intelligence. So how have we managed to do so in Spain? Telefónica was chosen in the context of a European project under the auspices of the European Union, aiming at offering Europe competitivity in the technological landscape. In the context of this IPCEI project, we are deploying nodes around the Spanish geography, and this should allow us to obtain these features, to attain these features also. This should grant us interoperability with other nodes, and it should allow us also to partner with other companies operating in Europe. We are aiming at the European nodes network, allowing distributed computation. What has to be done in such nodes to grant such capabilities? First, we need to adapt the transport network with the technologies I mentioned earlier. It is important to ensure that we have latency, broadband, and guarantees. We also need to adapt the rooms where we're going to be installing this infrastructure to give computation capability and storage capability. We're even enabling areas where customers aiming at this type of solutions might be able to host necessary machines to fulfill this edge computing solution we're working on. There is a third important pillar, which is an orchestrator, which shall allow us to deploy applications in the most relevant nodes according to the demand. It might be broadband, latency, data sovereignty. So it is important to have this orchestrator, which is a new part, yet inexisting. It's also the enabler for federating with other operators, and this should allow us to ensure that the applications which are executed in a distributed way in the nodes in Spain can be equally executed when the application operates besides our environment. This is in other countries. So we want to make them available for other operators. What are we going to be offering our customers once we have deployed all this infrastructure? The customer will have the feeling the application is running in an infrastructure which is fully integrated with the network of the operator, not only in terms of broadband and latency, but also in terms of data sovereignty. Furthermore, we're going to be offering a way to invoke applications or functionalities, network functionalities in an API-fied way using the APIs defined by the GSMA in the context of Open Gateway. And we're going to be extremely rigorous with the features of data sovereignty that the customers considers to be necessary for applications. This is something which still today has become extremely relevant. I mean, it has become extremely relevant. Customers consider it very important to know where the data is being managed, stored, dealt with, and thanks to this network of nodes, we can ensure this regional sovereignty. What else can we offer customers? Well, the cloud continuum with the operator platform. The client will tell us in which node the application wants to be deployed according to parameters with full flexibility, and we want to ensure that such parameters are complied with throughout the network without undermining at any given time the user experience. While using the application, we grant this, as we said before, in a context of national sovereignty, and also when the application is executed abroad. My colleague Rafael will be sharing a video where this is very well illustrated. In the nodes where we will be deploying computing and storage infrastructure, and also for AI, you will see how these use cases that in principle are implemented in the CPDs of our customers, well, this can be also executed in these nodes, and the use case will travel all around the different nodes without Daniel's presentation will give you much more detailed information around this topic. Hello and good morning. Thank you very much, Yolanda. As we said before, the edge network, one of the main features of the edge network is that nodes are going to be managed in an intelligent way. Today it is a reality that these advanced functionalities we are capable of implementing them. For that, we have a demo, which is a functionality already available in our labs, and it will be shortly in a production stage so that our customers can benefit from these characteristics. As Yolanda mentioned, these networks are not only independent, low latency nodes, but also they are managed in a smart way. Any network, any edge network with these capabilities, considering its API, is orchestrated by an operator with three main key features which will improve significantly the value proposition to our customers. We would like to underline federation, a smart allocation, which is the deployment of apps in a smart way, and then the smart discovery, which means that customers will be requiring features according to their demand. What we have available today, and this is a reality already today, a tangible reality, is the operator platform. This architecture is a standard API-fied architecture, and this will allow us to manage the network in an intelligent way, in a centralized way. In the case of this demo here, we are showing how a public and a private network can be managed with its own platform. This management systems deal with nodes in a centralized way, and we can deploy them and implement the new capabilities in a centralized and smart way. As you can see here, the value proposition can be managed smartly. The federation, step number one, what we're going to be dealing with here is 4 different networks or different segments within an operator to federate. What does federate mean here? Well, the networks will be interconnected between them and the edge nodes will be managed by both operators. In this case, as we can see in the demo, we are federating the private network with a private network, which is the one in the left, and now we are now trying to federate the one in the right and the one on the left. And once this is done, we just go to the other network, we identify it. Let's bear in mind that here we're speaking about a private and a public network, but this goes far beyond. The potential is that two different operators from different countries can federate one with another, and they can use edge nodes as if they were internal nodes. Once networks are federated and all the validation steps have been complied with, well, the result, the outcome is that two independent edge nodes become one compound in which customers from both networks can benefit of the capabilities of such ramification or dispersion. Another capability made possible thanks to the operator platform is what we call the smart allocation, which basically means that we deploy apps according to certain criteria, be it latency needs, and you can even combine those with the previous feature. In other words, federation. This can be operated in an independent network, or we can broaden the scope. When the app is deployed in an intelligent way, what's quite typical is first to look at what type of application we're dealing with. We ask for the necessary resources. But what's interesting here, or what really adds a value to our customers, and in the context of the value proposition to our customers, is that the distribution of the application can be set up with different criteria. We can set up a latency limit, or we can ask the operation to be deployed dynamically or statically if the use case so requires. During a certain period of time, we can even deploy the application, the edge nodes of our choice. And then there is a third feature or capability made possible thanks to the capabilities or leverage capabilities resulting from appification is what we call a smart discovery. Smart discovery will allow for customers, when using an edge service, to require the network to allocate the node with best performance. Let's say a customer in the move in Barcelona who want to connect to the edge node, the closest edge node, through the operator platform and the integration to 5G, we are then capable of allocating the closest edge node. As you can see, all these smart capabilities in the network, well, we've gone from independent networks with low latency characteristics managed in a smart way, and as a result of that, the value proposition to our customers is of much higher added value. So smart management is dealt with, and now there is another important pillar. Daniel will tell you more about it, and it has to do with AI. Hello and good morning. Yeah. Today I will be speaking about AI and the relationship between AI and edge infrastructure. So AI is a broad concept, is a broad research domain, and it aims at imitating human behavior. Now, one of the first ramifications of AI is machine learning. Machine learning is a segment aimed at learning from data. Then there's deep learning, which is another pillar aimed at learning from massive amounts of data, neural networks. And in the last few years, there is what we call generative AI, which basically is an AI capable of producing new data on the grounds of the learned data. This process has been up and running for many years. The recent breakthrough is that the situation has accelerated, and of course generative AI will have an impact in many areas. It's not only now a matter of niches, but in all areas, in all segments. Today we do not speak only about generative AI, but we also speak about generic AI. this is some sort of independent AI working autonomously in performing activities without human intervention. Today we'll be focusing on machine learning and generative AI applied to infrastructure and how we can bring this technology closer to our corporate clients with our edge infrastructure. What are the main steps to build what we call a Gen AI agent? Well, first of all, preparation. We need to prepare data. We need to gather data, prepare them, intake them, transform them. This is a very important part. Of course, data. I mean, we need a massive amount of data. We need to store all this data before we can deal with them. Then there's what we call the model training, the fine-tuning. For that, we need infrastructure. We need CPUs, computing capabilities. Training the models and fine-tuning the models is today something which has been led by very large companies, and not all companies will be able to afford fine-tuning because, of course, developing a new model is extremely complex, and so is training it. And then there is one last stage, which is called inference. This means, this is when users ask questions to the model when the model is already out there, up and running. So one of the main elements to bear in mind when we speak about Gen AI is that models need to be retrained on a permanent basis. As we said before, the use of such models by companies is going to require of a significant investment because, of course, it is very complex to train a model. But there is an alternative. There is an additional alternative, a standard models, the use of a standard models, and then offering alternative models, the customer's data, and do what we call a generation of information on the grounds of the database of the company. And this is what we can see here. In a Gen AI model, and then we need to see the augmented prompt, which has three parts. The part of the system, the relevant part of the database of the customer. And with that, we, of course, can manage responses which are much more adjusted to what the company needs. And yeah, what we consider is that in the near future, this generation, which is deeply connected with customer data, and of course it's an inference, well, this is what will allow us to bring an added value in the connection of data, especially in the processing of data, to do the inference with the standard models. Now, where will all these charges lay? We have data centers, there's a training, of course, and of course, as a result of the large capability of CPUs, all this will be stored in data centers, because this entails we need, so to speak, a massive amount of energy supply, power supply, the training of the models, that is, and at the same time there is large opportunity in inferring in the edge. Inference, again, the consultations launched or proposed to the model, and there is where there is an important opportunity to perform this work in the edge, nearest to the customer. And of course, then we have mobile devices where applications are hosted. What kind of infrastructure do we foresee for each segment? Well, in training, as we said before, the infrastructure is quite complex. It's stored in data centers. It requires of millions and millions of euro in investment, and typically we consider that there will be very little customers who will be requiring this type of infrastructure, and then the infrastructure has to be split between different customers over time. the infrastructure can be rented for a few weeks and used to train the models. And then when it comes to the execution of the model, this is the inference part, is where we see more opportunities in terms of reaching a large number of companies. There, we believe there will be more demand, and the approach we're taking is the following. Well, in the edge, in Telefónica headquarters, connecting now to new generation networks, and it has to be shared in the form of virtual CPUs or PaaS services based on microservices, NVIDIA, or open code. Great. Having said that, what is the added value that we consider a telco can bring to AI? Well, I believe there is a concept which is called sovereign AI, and it has been said before by my colleagues. Sovereignty is relevant in Europe, especially for those companies who are dealing with intimate data, when they then want the fundamental information to be scattered and to be somehow... Of course, they don't want their data to be used to train models, nor do they want to put them at the disposal of other jurisdictions or place them in other jurisdiction. So again, sovereignty plays a very important role. In terms of sovereignty, it's not only about where data is stored, but also under what jurisdiction is the company managing your data operating. So it's, if the jurisdiction is the US, in theory the data can be required by an agency of a foreign country. And then there is another element, which is infrastructure and edge infrastructure. All this is very much supported in new generation networks, fiber, 5G, and it has a great deal of importance because, of course, it consumes a great deal of broadband, and then there's latency when a user sends a prompt and asks a question. Through a prompt, the answer cannot take forever. Our expectation is for the reply to be automatic, right? So, and then there is a third pillar in which we believe Telefónica can bring value, which is Telefónica's experience in the field of the hybrid cloud. In other words, offering customers on-prem infrastructure in their factories, in their own data centers, as Yolanda mentioned, and all this in our network, so that the experience is a continuum experience. And this is precisely the right to play in Telefónica and in the field of sovereignty, of sovereign AI. Now, when it comes to the use cases we have observed, we have three main blocks of use cases. I'm not gonna get into detail. Now, when it comes to the computer vision, to be honest, computer vision has been a reality for years now, but Gen AI has contributed to dynamizing computer vision. There is a clear case in factories in terms of, for example, in the field of quality control and process optimization, digital twins, and so on and so forth. In the case of conversational agents, which is perhaps the most groundbreaking element, well, this is around conversational agents based on RAG. This is, well, in order to offer technical support to companies, we use it within Telefónica to offer the tech support in-house. So all this information which is gathered, yet sometimes it's difficult to obtain, well, it is important to offer it to the conversational agent so that it can reply in a relevant way when the internal user has a very specific question, right? So this is what we aim at. And then there's big data and deep learning. As we can see before, there are important possibilities around autonomous driving, or drones control, where Telefónica has a great deal of experience. And then there is what we... for you to understand that we do not only operate in the field of PowerPoint, and of course all this infrastructure we're talking about will be available in the next 2 years in Telefónica. And just for you to understand that we are already working in real applications. So basically our customers, they are already consuming capabilities, CPUs in our infrastructure, and we are offering them applications that allow to deploy GNI agents in a click. And we do so to enable the use, especially for those companies which perhaps lack expert teams in generative AI, but perhaps they want to start trying. Well, we want to ensure that they can deploy packages, software packages that we make available to them for free, and also we want to allow them to connect them with their own databases. In this case, we have a Gen AI agent, and again here, for example, well, basically we have an agent, and what we are capable of doing so is connecting it with our Salesforce or our SharePoint, and basically it's an internal software used to set up an agent, a generative AI agent oriented to internal technical support, and we want to offer it to our customers so that they can do their own tests. We're connecting it through a SharePoint, and there you can already ask questions, withdraw the information from the SharePoint, and yeah, I think this is it from our side, and we'll now open a short Q&A session. Thank you. And if there are no questions, because everything was crystal clear, we're gonna perhaps leave it here. We're done. No questions? They can be done in English if you prefer. No questions? Okay. Thank you. Thank you then. Bye.
Good morning. I am Cayetano Carbajo. I'm responsible of transport, core, and ecosystem in Global CTIO. That is our technical corporate unit in Telefónica. And it is my pleasure to be here with you, telling you about monetization capability of our network and also NWDAF. I will do this together with my colleague, Alexandre Harmand. Alexander.
I'm Alex. I work for Cayetano. I'm in charge of network platforms, so the NWDAF is inside my area.
So, one of the problems that operator we have in general, and of course is the case as well of Telefónica, is the lack of monetization. So we have done a lot of effort in implementing 5G network and 5G SA, and we have capabilities for providing new services and adding additional value to our customer and monetize this value. But in general, we have not been good at it. Okay, we are not monetizing all the network asset. We have many things that provide value to the customer and can be monetized. Starting by excellent connectivity, Telefónica is providing connectivity for sure in all our accesses in fixed, but also in mobile. We have an excellent 5G network, but we are not monetizing that much. We have as well capability for providing new services that can be monetized, and we should explore all the technical capabilities that a 5G SA is bringing us for monetizing. What are some of these capabilities? For instance, we can provide tailored connectivity, meaning we can provide to each service or to each customer whatever characteristic of connectivity that suit the service that should be provided. We are doing that through network slicing. Network slicing is the capability of dedicating a logical portion of the network for a specific service or for a specific customer. We have implemented that in all our OBs, and we are monetizing that. For the time being, we have static slicing, so we define one slice and we provision the customer there, but this is moving in the next future to dynamic slicing. Other thing we can do is exposing network capabilities. So if an application needs a function of the network to be incorporated in the logic of the application, we can expose APIs and APIs in a way that the developer can use that for developing new services for B2C or B2B market. This is Open Gateway. We are quite vocal about Open Gateway capabilities, and we are working on that. And this has been implemented in the network, and we can as well monetize that. And another pillar of monetization that we see is edge computing. This is bringing the application inside the network to be able to offer differential characteristics. For instance, offering low latency service. When you need low latency, if you bring the application nearer to the customer, the latency will be lower. We are implementing that. For instance, in Spain, we have a project that we will have 17 edge nodes, and we will be able to orchestrate this edge computing system in order to locate what is the suitable node for an application to be implemented. So as you see, we have several monetization capabilities. Today, we are talking about one capability that is NWDAF that will help us to monetize further, to complement these capabilities and even enable new ones. These capabilities are coming through the implementation of the 5G SA core. In Telefónica, we took the decision when implementing 5G SA to implement a combo solution, meaning we are moving all the functionality, all the generation to the new core, and this is what we call combo core. We are able to provide 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G non-standalone and 5G standalone with the same core. The differential advantage of this core is that this is cloud native. What do I mean by cloud native? It doesn't mean that we are moving the core to the public cloud. That means that the core has the advantages of the cloud technology in terms of automation and flexibility. For instance, we are able to deploy new software and new configuration in the core in an automatic way. Telefónica, we have defined our pipeline, our CI/CD pipeline. We are testing automatically the software, and we are deploying this automatically. For instance, we can do things like in service software upgrade. We can upgrade the core without taking out the traffic, and the network is working, and we change the software automatically. We have many exposure capabilities that are supporting Open Gateway, as I said before, and we can orchestrate end-to-end the service for that. So these are the advantages of having a cloud native core. It is fully automated, and it is able to do some functionality like the exposition. We are implementing this core in a multi-vendor environment. So we don't want to depend only on one vendor, and we want to increase innovation and having best of breed in each of the network nodes. As I said, one key functionality in this new core is NWDAF, that we will enable new services. But Alex will talk about NWDAF. Alex.
Okay, so data analytics and access to data from the network has always been something people wanted to do. But up to now, we had a lot of problems. The first one is that all the interfaces to access platform or node data, up to now, they were proprietaries. So this means that for each vendor, we needed to do a hard integration. And additionally to that, the cost of having this information, because we could not get it natively, we had to deploy basically additional platform, additional nodes that we call probes in order to get access to the data on the interfaces. So basically the cost to do data analytics and get access to the data has always been very high, which makes it difficult for us to exploit it. So as Cayetano mentioned, we have a new core network now. And the beauty of the new core network also is that it's a converged core, so we have all the accesses going through it. And thanks to the standard now, the NWDAF just connect to the network function through APIs and can access to the data natively out of the platform in a standard fashion. So the NWDAF can access the data, can gather the data automatically, and then thanks to AI and artificial intelligence, we can do prediction on the behavior of the traffic, of the devices, of how our customers are moving within our network, which is quite a lot of value. So additionally to the capability of accessing data, we have a set of standard use cases that we can implement and take advantage of. So the NWDAF can be connected to other BI capabilities, external BI capability, can export data to other systems if we want to do a wider business intelligence around the information. And also the NWDAF as output can do closed loop and can be connected to network function in order to adapt the configuration of the network going forward based on prediction. So we are gaining in visibility, in information, in data processing, but also in automatization with this kind of platform. Where we are in Telefónica with NWDAF, we are selecting a partner in order to start in the first country right now to integrate the platform and run the first use cases. So we have been looking at data from the network up to now mainly for operational purpose, to understand what is going on in the network and plan some additional capability for network dimensioning operation. But up to now we didn't think about really monetizing this network information. It's what also the NWDAF is allowing us to do. So together with the team from Open Gateway, we are analyzing which use case we could expose northbound to developers or B2B customer in order to monetize what is going on in the network. And we have like 3 main domains we are discussing with them. The first one is customer experience, because obviously having more information about the network traffic and what is going on help us to understand better what experience our customers have with the network, understand how to control a bit better the churn. And also we can get insight information from the network, so match if we had any issue in the network and we had a customer experience degradation associated to that. So do a bit more of granularity, understanding customer satisfaction. And the last point, which is, I think, which is one of the star use cases associated to location, you can start understanding, customer experience based on his location, where he was connected in the network, to which node he was connected, etc. So we get a more granular vision based on where our customers were based and connected during all what happened. Then we have marketing and advertising segment, let's say, where we can do target audience profile based on the customer behavior, context-aware target marketing, and again, location. We can understand location per MSISDN, per phone number, or group of devices, or overall area. So based on what is going on, we can do marketing and advertising to target customer. And the last piece, which is security. And you have seen that we have already a lot of APIs associated to security in order to enforce basically fraud protection and do better authentication of the customer accessing digital services. So again, here the NWDAF can help based on, we have this feature which is misuse hijack UE detection. So based on the UE behavior in the network, we can identify if the behavior is not associated to the user, if something is going wrong, if the UE has been hijacked, so if there is a possible fraud issue with a particular connectivity for accessing digital services. So what I put in the square here in priority use cases is what we are going to focus in testing with this partner we are going to select. So going back to the nature of being an engineer of why we want network data, which is operational use cases, the NWDAF is going to help us to, thanks to prediction, to have a better planning capability of our network. So it always takes quite a while for us to put infrastructure in the network, bring new compute, even though if we are all virtualized, it's always quite a long process. So thanks to prediction, we can do a better planning of this capacity. Then we have the operational use cases per se, like in terms of support. We can do predictive maintenance. It can be part of our predictive maintenance capability. And very important and a bit associated to what we saw with network slicing yesterday, it's also a way to understand the level of quality of the slice, what kind of KPIs we have in our slides end-to-end, what kind of saturation we have in the usage of our slides, and be able to scale in, scale out based on the situation for connectivity for specific customer. We can have a better understanding from an operational point of view on customer experience. And we have also quality of service supervision, which is what we are looking for, especially because quality of service impact everything from access to the device and the core network and even the API layer. So we want to understand exactly what is going on end-to-end and be able to leverage that for service assurance for quality on demand. Then from an engineering point of view, we move to this closed loop padding. So I think it's more a next step, but ideally what we want is based on prediction, as we said, interact with the network, build more capacity, change parameterization. And basically the NWDAF will be connected to this end-to-end service orchestration we have seen before in order to adapt infrastructure, configuration, or customer setup in the network. So it's a bit more advanced, but this engineering use cases is what also is going to bring a lot of value in terms of automation. So that's a bit the ideal picture that we want to test, but we know already that we have some gaps on what we want and what is the reality. In the way that the interfaces between the NWDAF and the core network or the access, they are not there, all of them yet. So the priority use case we have marked, we know we can do it, but we know that the roadmap we have from the supplier and from the standards is still not there fully. So we are pushing for standards to have more APIs, more information we can access. And the format also, we believe that we need to improve that from a standard point of view, because it's key for the format to be respected for the data analytic and the AI to work properly. And the supplier roadmap, it's a start. We can do location, we can do device identification for fraud. But again, if we want to do more things, we need basically the core network supplier to bring the interface, bring the API. And the risk we have is always to fall back to proprietary. So as suppliers have their proprietary solution, it's very difficult to push and get the standard interfaces to do the same use cases and they have with their proprietary approach. So they all work from the industry, from the operators, I think, to drive these roadmaps, drive this API availability. We believe also going forward when we will looking to 6G or evolution in next phases of 5G, it's very important to keep on evolving this architecture of NWDAF. So I'll let Cayetano give some conclusions.
Thank you, Alex. Well, just for concluding, I think we have a challenge around monetization and monetizing the value that we are providing. We have to increase the added value we have, and we have several technical capabilities for doing so. NWDAF is one key factor of this. This is first time that we have the capability for, in a standardized way, extracting information from the network and providing feedback to the customer, also for our operation, and even do prediction of how the performance of the network will be for a specific customer or for a specific service. We think that this is quite powerful. As Alex said, we are already implementing that in one of our OB. Telefónica Brazil will have NWDAF already implemented during the year. And we will start exploring what are the monetization capabilities that NWDAF will bring us. But it is not only about monetization. We think that the collection of this data and the prediction of this data will enhance the way we operate in the network. We will be able to do things in a different way from operation point of view. We can react fast, and of course we can include NWDAF in the path we are working of having the most autonomous network possible. You know that Telefónica, we have our autonomous network journey, and this could be will be part of this path. However, this is things that we can do with NWDAF, but there's a lot of things to do. As you listen from Alex, we have not all the network nodes working with the NWDAF interfaces. We have to improve that, and we have to put priority in the use cases that we will have in the NWDAF. So this is things that we will do with the first implementation of NWDAF that we are planning already now. As you see, this is a quite interesting possibility bringing by NWDAF that we will be working on it. So this is to conclude our talk, but we are ready to take any question you may have. So we have some time still for questions. Any question? Doesn't seem that there's any question. Or we have been very clear, or this is too confusing, huh? Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Alex.
Yeah. Thanks.
Hola, ¿cómo estáis?
Está bien, sí.
Me han dicho que proyecte la voz. ¿Se escucha bien? Bueno, oye, bienvenidos a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Hoy tenemos un slot muy interesante.
Welcome to you all. Thank you for being here. We have 3 different blocks today. We're going to talk about health, and we're going to talk about how technology can improve and mitigate some social problems or problems related to seniors. It is the sector of digital health, and I hope that you all like it. Please come closer. There are some seats available in the front row. I am Carlos Carazo. I work in Telefónica Tech, and I am responsible of product development, technology, and operations. And I have Micaela Martelli here. Please introduce yourself. I am Micaela Martelli. I work in Telefónica Spain, and I am the director of sectoral solutions, including the healthcare issue. I am John Raimon Santamaria, and I'm a regional director of access in Spain. I wanted to give you a context of what we're going to do. We're going to talk about the application of technology to social services. I think that you all know that every year we live longer. The life expectancy is growing, and people who are vulnerable, and there are more services with chronic patients, people we need to take care of in like house services, and technology can help us to mitigate this problem. And Telefónica has a lot of time working with public administrations and seeing how we can implement these technological systems that will allow to mitigate these problems. And so, Micaela, what we do in Telefónica in healthcare. So we are a communications company, but we are also providers of technology in Spain for the past years, and we approach different sectors, and one of it is social care, and we leverage our basic technologies to offer technologies in the healthcare system and the social care. For example, connected devices. We offer remote management of the patient, and through this device we follow up the health variables of the patient, and the patient will have to go to the hospital or the primary care center when there is a variation. We offer also precision medicine. We connect and develop use cases about healthcare data, like, for example, image and clinical analysis, samples, and genomic data. We can help to give a better service to the patient, and also we help in the research. And also artificial intelligence, which is the big topic that we are using it to improve the different processes and digitalization. And one example is to prevent the doctor from collecting information when the patient is in the office, and this information is collected by an artificial intelligence device in order to fill in the clinical history. And then we have also the combination of these different technologies, but I think Ray is going to give us more details about that. I think it is important to distinguish these two components, and technology and the solutions that we apply in the hospital, in the healthcare sector. And today we're going to talk about a use case, a very concrete one, the tele assistance for people who live alone in their houses. And we have collaboration with partners. One of them is Access. I think that everybody knows Telefónica, but Access, no, it is a big company. If you could introduce it. Yes, Access is a British company with its headquarters in Lucca, and we are more than 8,000 workers and 5 million turnover. And Access landed in Spain a few years ago through our acquisition of Vista Technologies. I was the co-founder together with another partner. We had been in the sector for 20 years, and then these two companies complemented each other because it is a sector related to technology, and Access manufactures different types of software. But the contribution to teleassistance needs artificial intelligence modules and predictive platforms and so on and so forth. So one of the successes is related to the longevity of the population. With aging population, it is a success together with social services, undoubtedly, and it is a window of opportunity to complement this sector with high-end technology. So we are going to talk about data, and I think that you all know that we live longer nowadays, but some figures, Micaela. Yes, so Spain. It is important to understand the challenge in front of us in Spain. As Rai said, one of the big successes that we have as a society is that we live longer, but this has other challenges, and there are many more seniors, elderly people that need special care. 22% of the people in Spain are older than 65. In 2030, it will be up to 30%. And many of these people, 22%, live alone. Nobody lives with them in their household. And we all want to continue living in our houses. More than 80% of the people want to stay in their houses. So this is an important challenge. And many of these people feel alone. Half of these people feel alone. And this unwanted loneliness, and the public administration needs to offer this service because we will not have the big amount of caregivers that would be needed to face this challenge. So this is why we are focusing on technology. Teleassistance is a technology that will help to give this service, and the customers are telling us that they don't want the traditional teleassistance that is reactive. So when I fall, when something's wrong with me, I will get in touch to receive this assistance. So they prefer a more predictive teleassistance to forecast this need of care. And so you have the visibility of other countries. We have a very big visibility, and it is a problem that exists in Europe and in the UK. Yes, this is what Micaela said. In Spain, there is a lot of traditional teleassistance, digital and analogic, reactive versus predictive. And if we compare this with Europe, that it would be the pioneer in well-being, the type of teleassistance is very advanced. In England, they are one of the pioneers. They were the first ones to do it. And also to have NHS, which is one of the biggest companies that invest in this type of services. So they've been pioneers, and they have opened up a lot of things. And in Spain, we have the digital, the analogic, and we have to focus on certification and looking for some sort of homogeneity. And this is changing. In the last development funds, there is growth in the investment in teleassistance. As Micaela said, it's an exponential growth. And not long ago, the ERE funds, the ERE funds, want to have a continuation, and then the Social Affairs Ministry wants to make the teleassistance a right. So we have this obvious market, and this market will keep on growing, and then it will have allocated budgets in Spain. It will be a continuous need. So what do you mean? It's going to be a right that anybody will be able to ask for this right and ask the government for teleassistance because it's my right. It is a fundamental right, and I am entitled to it. Yes, that's correct. It is a subjective right of someone who needs a teleassistance service. Yes, and also it will be approved during the first 6 months, and with teleassistance as well. And we talk about teleassistance, but everybody here knows what's teleassistance. Please raise your hand if you don't know what is teleassistance services. So you all know? Okay, so what is our teleassistance service? Can you explain it, how the citizen feels it? Well, teleassistance wants to protect and assist and care a person living in their households with these buttons or special watches. If there is an emergency, they can be in touch with social services. And this person then feels protected and cared for, and we give our continuity. And we can check the situation of this person, and these combined with social agents that have a report of the type of activity of the user in order to make it more efficient. Which type of sensors do you have? Yeah, I would like to add that we want to add artificial intelligence because all these sensors are giving a lot of information about the behavior of people, individualized. So if I have a sensor in my sofa, in the door, in the fridge, I will understand how the behavior, the pattern of the behavior of this person, and then I will be able to identify if there are any changes in the pattern. It can be a signal, an alarm that this person might be in problem, and this can be a predictive measure. And there are all sorts of sensors in industry, in retail. I didn't know there were sensors to check the pressure on a bed. So if we can detect a pattern, and if this person is laying down or not, and also smoke sensors. So all these different sensors give us information about the behavioral pattern of a person, and then we can be in touch with the relatives or the doctors if there is a change in the pattern. And not only in the household, because the house is like a smart primary care center. And apart from the sensors that we are placing in the houses, there are some sensors that accompany people. Can you give us more details about that? Yeah, the wearables are something very common in the sector, and we try to monitor everything and to do an auto-learning or self-learning of the patterns of people living at home, and then when these people are not at home, they still need protection and care through wearables or watches and small devices that give you traceability of the movement of the person when they are walking, when they are practicing sports, distance, how long they are moving, and this shows you information about this sedentarism and movement, because the most important problem of our elderly people is sedentarism, and this has an impact when people have cognitive problems, for example, and there is a moment when people might feel all right and people leave their houses or they escape, so to say, and then having access to all this type of information where they can find them when they disappear is very useful to know where this person is, and this person will be controlled. They will be controlled at all times. And we are all talking about artificial intelligence, and it can be applied to any business sector. Can you please tell us how artificial intelligence, these teleassistants, predictive teleassistants that well, as a company and in the industrial sector, and we are talking about teleassistant and to give these services like a software company, because we are a software company. We apply modules of generative artificial intelligence, and through monitoring to be productive and to keep someone in this situation, and also to give assistance to these people who live in their houses. And through artificial intelligence we want to establish these patterns, and when these patterns are broken, then we will have a red alarm, and for whatever reason this person, their traditional patterns or night or day behavior is changed, and the temperature of the household is too high or too low. Energy poverty is something that we need to take into account. Our elderly people have to save, and there are a lot of unpleasant things and situations, and this is what artificial intelligence can do for us. So teleassistance is growing, and we will move from 900 million and it is obvious that we need artificial intelligence that will be more efficient in the detection of the cognitive deterioration and impairment, and also we will be able to detect and give service to many more customers. And artificial intelligence can help us to obtain additional information from our seniors, like for example with relevant things. And we have solutions of different artificial intelligence agents that phone the elderly people, and they understand if this person is vulnerable or has a problem of unwanted loneliness, and then to act with solutions that can be sending someone to the household or using the television to connect to them, and also through virtual agents. And we see that we can generate different conversations, and we can learn from life and these conversations to follow the conversation. Yeah, in these unwanted loneliness systems, we have this demo, and yes, it's a demo we have with an Amazon device, and we can have an interaction with a senior, and also in this way we can help this person to have a better autonomy, so to say. And talking about teleassistance, what's happening in Spain, Micaela? How do we see the public administration? How do you see the movement of the administration? Well, one of the big challenges to offer teleassistance is that this requires an investment on devices, and the people who have these devices, they have to be connected, and then this requires a lot of funds, and sometimes the public administration does not have it. So we see that with the movement of funds, we see that many of the teleassistance services are being changed, developed, transformed, and evolved, and it is a more advanced teleassistance. Yeah, for public administration, this social service of vulnerable people, of people who are alone, and also local administration, we are also working in the deployment of a very important project in southern of Spain, and I think that it is a big challenge, and we have established all sorts of sensors, and I'm told how the installations are in the houses, and they are very different, and you try to install different sensors to check the pressure of the beds, and every household is different, and this can also be considered as a last mile challenge, because every household is different. So which are the challenges when you install these? When you bid for these in public bids, which is the situation, for example? Which are the requirements in the public bids? We need to look for a homogeneous regulation, a framework, because the main problem, it is the great variety of solutions and requirements. And with the coexistence of analogic and digital services, and then the traditional teleassistance services and the new ones. So you see solutions, and they might be incredible, but these requirements are too focused on the previous decade. And but it's good, because I think that little by little we are establishing some protocols and some open code platforms, and in the end the administration what's doing is segmenting. And before, the provider of the technology was the provider of the service, and it doesn't make any sense. You need to specialize it and separate requirements, and then bids specialized on technology and bids specialized on technology, because it doesn't make any sense. This is the challenge, and we are trying to teach them, so to say, that these tenders have to be very specialized. Yes, the standardization is key. We have to make sure that all people can have access to the same quality of services, and we are moving forward, but it's not always the case. And you mentioned the open protocols, and in this sector there are a lot of challenges yet. So to have platforms in which you can install different devices with open protocols, standardized protocols, and it is something that the sector still needs to address, because the adoption of these technologies, the evolution, and to make innovation about these systems is more complex. And we have to work in fora so that we can boost this. And then when we think about people, data, very sensitive information, security is also very important. What is the challenge? Well, we are talking about figures and data that can be very sensitive, and information, so no leaks. And we are talking about a lot of devices that are distributed and that are giving away this information. And how do we guarantee the secure transmission of this information? When we talk about cybersecurity, we talk about the cybersecurity of the aggregated data, and we forget about the OT cybersecurity. In Telefónica, still time, right? Oh, it's for everybody. It's for everybody in the round table. Okay, we are going to conclude then, because if this session is for everybody, we have to stop. I'm terribly sorry. So Juan and Ana, please join us. They are going to share their project. Sorry. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Así tienes un dispositivo al lado. Gracias.
Pongo por aquí. Hola, buenos días.
Hello, my name is Ana Vega. I am an expert in innovation in Telefónica Spain. Juan Cambeiro, responsible of innovation and projects with customers. It is a pleasure to be here to present CatEye project. It is a detector of cataracts based on artificial intelligence, and we've seen it. Population is aging, and elderly people are 20% of the population and 30% in 2030. And we think that technology can help us to solve the challenges of this population. So one of the important things for people is to check their eyes. They have to check their eyes periodically, and it is difficult to them because they have mobility problems, most of them. They have problems, they lack time, they have to wake up early in the morning. And we've talked to different experts, ophthalmologists, and the people, for example, who live in rural regions, is difficult. And sometimes these people feel nervous or anxious. They might experience problems during the day. So bringing the ophthalmologist to them is one of the solutions that we should do. And with technology, we can definitely do it. And the other challenge is that we don't have as many ophthalmologists. So the time of ophthalmologist is precious, and they should focus on the most important tasks. So doing a checkup of an eye, and if the cataracts can be operated on or not, is something that can be done with artificial intelligence. And with this prototype, it can be done with some technical stuff. And once the cataract can be operated on, then the ophthalmologist can go there. So I think that everybody knows more or less what's cataract. The crystalline lens is inside the eye, and with time it loses flexibility and transparency. And then the flexibility transforms into presbytia, and we cannot zoom in. And then this darkening of the eye that generates problems in our eyesight. The only solution is surgery, and in Spain there are 500,000 surgeries per year, 1,300 per day. So we need ophthalmologists to focus on the surgery.
So what is CatEye? CatEye is a platform to understand if the cataract is mature enough to allow the patient to undergo surgery. This is quite simple, but we wanted to, bring it closer to the elderly so that they do not have to travel to a hospital far away. So design objectives. It has to be portable. It has to be, portable on a bus, for example. It has to have also mobile communications with a broadband which is good enough to send high quality and high resolution images in real time or almost real time. And we're interested also in diagnosing through AI. And this is precisely what we have focused the project on. This is very important, right? One of the main problems we've had has to do with imaging, how to spot the eye. The system is autonomous. It has servo motors, very precise servo motors, capable of spotting the eye in order to zoom in into the eye. The zooming is very important. The lighting also, because at the end of the day, the eye somehow reflects all the lights, no matter where we are, and the image will be used so that we can run it through an AI and come up with a diagnosis. So we need to train the algorithm soundly in order to get rid of the unwanted shadows. So here's the camera, the illumination unit, and then there is a system aimed at controlling the process and building up a medical record. I am here to act as an eye model. Let me add something. While carrying out the project, something quite funny happened. We started operating the system with machine learning. Machine learning is something you train with millions of pictures so that it learns what a cataract is and what a cataract is not. It's like training a baby, right? When the eye has been spotted, it's important to understand the opacity and the degree of the cataract. But of course, say you go to another country, the lighting changes, the color of the skin changes. So every time you introduce a change, you need to retrain the system. It's quite arduous, in fact. So we thought, listen, not everyone has a time, so let's train the system again with a fake face. So you need to paint the eyebrows, train the system again. You try the new training not to undermine the performance in the real world. You know what I'm talking about. So we thought about the possibility of using OpenAI. With generative AI, things become easier because, if you tell generative AI, please give me just a snapshot of the eye, you don't have to train the system anymore. But we had a problem, which is that when we told the system, tell us if there is a cataract in this eye or not, well, this eye has cataract, this one doesn't, but OpenAI would say nope, negative. Even if when you introduce the prompt differently, the outcome was the same. The problem about AI is that you can ask the system. There's no cataract because this is a mask, and a mask cannot have a cataract. You know, AI sometimes leads you to unexpected results. Let's now test the device. So again, this system can be run by anyone with no previous knowledge. I have an application in the tablet and I ask for a new analysis. There is local intelligence here, which is the one in charge of searching in the face where the eye is spotted. Now this is looking at the eye. And a few minutes after, as you can see, cataract undetected. Good. It's good to know. So the device is quite a basic one, and its only aim is to assess when your degree of cataract is sufficient enough as to suggest a medical checkup. And all this decision is taken directly by the AI system, so that ophthalmologists can spend time in important things, such as surgery. And here is another very interesting project. Irene Vanessa will tell us more about it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so good morning, and I'm thrilled to be here to talk about this very interesting project. So Irene Cañizares and Vanesa Montoya, we are part of the innovation team. We are colleagues of Juan and Ana. And in this project, it's called Intelligent Monitoring. We've been working with Leuco and the Telefónica network to put forward proposals to improve the monitoring of patients at risk of neutropenia. What is neutropenia? Neutropenia happens when the concentration of blood cells is under the normal levels. It basically affects oncological patients undergoing chemotherapy, because chemotherapy at the end of the day affects cells, both good and bad cells, and it can provoke sharp drops in white cells. In this case, we are monitoring neutrophils, which is one kind of blood cell. As you know, our immune system is designed to combat infections, viruses, bacteria. So when there is a significant drop in the concentration, the patient is at risk of infection. We keep saying that patients are in severe neutropenia when the concentration of neutrophils is under 500 per milliliter. And from this moment on, in 2 or 3 days, an infection will show up, and the symptom will be fever. This means that the patient is at a stage of febrile neutropenia. Of course, an antibiotic treatment is paramount, because every hour you go without treatment, mortality increases by 15%, so it's urgent. Here you can see the figures in the screen. Unfortunately, every day there are 170,000 new oncological patients undergoing chemotherapy. Out of all these patients, 30,000 develop febrile neutropenia. This means that they have to be admitted in hospital, which costs 360 million euro. Unfortunately, out of them, statistics say that 3,000 die. So, how do we monitor the concentration of white cells and the follow-up of patients in a normal chemotherapy cycle? The patient attends a hospital every 21 days to undergo the chemo session. After the chemo, we perform a blood test. We've all had a blood test. It's invasive. You need a, invasive treatment or procedure. While speaking with oncological patients, well, I have a friend who's undergoing the process, and sometimes patients have to travel far to hospital, and that day perhaps they are low in concentration and they are not suited to undergo the treatment. Between the two chemotherapy cycles, a phone follow-up is carried out to assess the state of the patient. It's a qualitative research. They are asked if they are feeling tired, if they are checking their fever daily, because it would show that there is an infection and that they need treatment. And this is a little bit the situation. And all this has to do with using the low-code technology and improving it with the capabilities of our 5G and edge computing network. Our proposal is a non-invasive monitoring, and I will tell you more about the device. There will be a demo at the end of the presentation, and the device, the device is amazing. It's operated remotely. The patient avoids pricks or punctures, and we avoid the follow-up processes by humans every 21 days. The device captures a high-resolution clip controlling the circulation in our capillaries. In fact, your finger is monitored, the patient's finger is monitored, because in that area capillaries are really, really tight to the surface, and it becomes much easier to grasp the circulation patterns. There is a counting of the neutrophils beyond other metadata, and the patient informs also about fever. The patient needs to test fever before the motion capturing, and then all this is sent to an algorithm which is capable of inferring if the patient is undergoing or is experiencing severe neutropenia or not. All the information is sent to the clinical team, and a much more frequent control can be carried out. It also helps patients having adherence, both in terms of the control and of course, if patients have fever, the clinical team is better suited. And now Irene will tell us a little bit more about how our network boosts this. Of course, in Telefónica, we contribute to this in two ways. 5G connectivity and edge computing in 5G, because in this device, in this point check device, we have installed a 5G modem which will help us do the capturing of the video. This device is positioned or is placed at the patient's household, and as Vanessa mentioned, this is what we're going to be capturing thanks to this device. What you can see here are the capillaries that the system spots in the sample, and these are the white cells. In a short span of time, the system is capable of doing the counting of white cells. The patient is at home. With the device, we can capture this high-resolution video, and which will be sent by 5G. It weighs mega gigabytes, and this is why 5G will help us upload the data much quicker, and it also allows it to be portable. Instead of being positioned at the hospital, it can be brought to a pharmacy, to a primary health center, or at home. It's also very suited for rural medicine when the person is not nearby the reference. What else? Oh, the video is captured, as I said before, by the device. So these are the two main features that we can bring on the table. Let's do a live demo. Vanessa will be the patient. It's rather simple when there's a tutorial. This will be a little bit shorter than the real life functionment. And then these ask different things. Are your hands cold? Then you should preheat them. You move from one screen to the next, and you can inset the temperature, which is an important factor for the doctor to grasp if the patient has fever or not. Also, it is important to understand if the patient needs to go to hospital or not. Your elbow is reclinated in this very short table, and then we move to the next screen, and then we start the measurement executing. The process lasts for 1 minute or maybe a minute and a half. It's very simple, as you can see. Any patient can follow the instructions, and it is self-corrected. It's quite funny because in the little span where Vanessa is inserting the finger, we insert body oil so that the capturing process improves in terms of resolution, and in this case the inference will be for the demonstrator. It can be positive or negative, but the inference in terms of blood cells level can last for a few minutes. Now we have adjusted it so that it can be measured within the demo time. Once the process is over, a new capture pops up. If there is a fever, it is underlined for the doctor. In this case, Vanessa is at 38 degrees, so a few decimals of fever, and unfortunately, Vanessa, you would be at the level of less than 500 neutrophils per milliliter, and you would be having severe neutropenia. So this would be an indicator that the doctor would be spotting, and this is how we wanted to share the solution. It's an efficient way to improve healthcare, and we hope you have enjoyed it. If you want to visit the cabin, as you know, is our technological inspiration demo center, and the device is available. The demo is available in case you want to visit it. And we're running out of time. Unfortunately, we'll be around. There's a local startup who partners with us in the project. So if you have any question, we are at your entire disposal. Thank you.
Pues ya está.
Gracias, sí que voy a esperar.
Buenos días. Buenos días a todos. Mi nombre es Javier Vizcaíno y soy el responsable de pymes de Telefónica.
I'm going to give the floor to Elena Gil. We are going to talk about SMEs. Elena is one of the experts in artificial intelligence in Telefónica Group, so it's a pleasure to have her around. Thank you very much, Javier. I am Elena Gil, and after this presentation, let me tell you that I've been very lucky because in the last 10 years I've worked in data, big data and artificial intelligence, so I've witnessed all this, and I'm responsible of Telefónica Tech to harness the potentials of this new technology. So, first of all, this sentence maybe sounds familiar to you, but we live in a country of SMEs with a structural problem of productivity. And it's because of the less investment in research and development and innovation, a lack of talent, and also some sectors that do not offer the productivity that we expect. When we compare ourselves to American companies, Spain, for the last 20 years, is very different in productivity. And in Spain, there are only 1,000 companies that have more than 1,000 employees. And those are smaller in size than the average in Europe. And the digitalization degree is average. They've advanced in the last years with the European funds, but it's just average. And in this context, we have a technology that we all talk about, artificial intelligence, as something completely disruptive. And then what's going to happen in this context? And in this case, we have met together, and Elena, the first question I would like to ask you, what's this artificial intelligence? Because I've been hearing about artificial intelligence. I remember a movie by Steven Spielberg talking about artificial intelligence. So what is the situation right now? Well, as you say, Javier, we are in a very special moment in artificial intelligence to empower machines to do human behaviors and its relationship with the environment, how they think and how they execute and implement actions. It is something new, but we've been using this artificial intelligence for decades, prediction, and then we change the paradigm when we change it with other capabilities and with other digital technologies, and with cloud, with cybersecurity and blockchain. And this is why we have this idea of using technology, and this is why we use artificial intelligence and what we offer to our customers. And then we also use this technology to help companies to transform their businesses. And we are in an important moment because we move from experimentation and it is fantastic. And then the challenge of companies is how to industrialize it and introduce it in their processes. It is where the value generation is going to be created. And when there is a hype with all these things like DeepSeek and so on and so forth, we are now questioning the level of investment that is necessary, and also if things can be done differently, if we can do it with smaller model and similar efficiency, taking into account sustainability. And then a third aspect that we see in companies, and with this new regulation, is to have this solid basis, the governance of data, doing things in an ethical way and with privacy. And which the new case uses that we have. So what we're seeing and we are witnessing in Mobile World Congress is that the evolution has been very positive in the implementation of artificial intelligence, especially incrementing the general productivity of employees and for all specialized tasks. And then there are some cases that are more horizontal and very cross-section. And then we are in vertical solutions, more specific, and with the sector of health, of e-health. So we've been, for the last 10 years, doing projects, more than 1,000 actually, and we see that in Spain there is a great degree of adoption, and there are some reports that show it. But this degree of adoption is very different depending on the sector and depending on the size of the companies. There are some sectors that since the beginning have been using artificial intelligence because they generated a lot of data, like banking, telecommunications, and then retail and tourism. But there are other sectors that are lagging behind, like construction, building. And Spain is a country of SMEs, so the degree of adoption is very different between big corporations and SMEs, and also with generative artificial intelligence that allows you to democratize this access. And big companies, and then it is an appealing effect, and to drag with us all the SMEs in our country. Telefónica participates in Endesa, an industrial company, and that devotes to this. How can we offer capabilities to the SMEs to reach a true transformation? And in our report in 2024, only 2% of SMEs were applying artificial intelligence in their processes. And it is something that we need to change. And, well, this is the reality that we see. SMEs are starting to take first steps, and 2% of SMEs are starting to use artificial intelligence. And I can give you some examples in order to understand the situation. First of all would be to use tools that require no integration, like text, images, videos. It is amazing how a law firm can make an appeal in a very efficient way with a specific tool, or the advertising campaigns publishing videos in social media continuously and very fast. And there is another thing, that is the attention to the customers, something that concerns SMEs. It's very expensive to give assistance to your customer 24 hours a day. And we have chatbots, and there are 30% of companies that have these assistant in their web pages. And there is another thing. Most of the tools that SMEs have used, like CRM, RMB, and a data analytics company, have incorporated artificial intelligence. And then Forced Manager, a company that sells a CRM for small and medium-sized companies, it is amazing to see how a person can do a report of a meeting through the smartphone. The topics they dealt with and things that require a follow-up, and everything is registered in all the different fields of the CRM, saving a lot of time to sales people, since people normally don't like to fill in this type of reports. So we are moving forward. Yes, also you've given us a lot of examples, but which are the opportunities? How can we accelerate it? Well, I would say 3 things to accelerate this. First of all, we need to be able to move from cross-cutting solutions to more vertical solutions. SMEs need concrete answers that are implemented and to give an answer to a concrete question. We have a lot of solutions that give general solutions, but we have to focus on the particular. We have to sectorize, so to say, these artificial intelligence solutions so that they can be escalated. Also, the propagation of solutions that are used at home. When we talk about SMEs, there is a lot of pollution between an employee and an SME and the freelance. So the same way as freelancers use WhatsApp and business WhatsApp, if the freelance starts using artificial intelligence tools, they will apply them to their business. And then, Elena, I'm going to share something very important if we want to accelerate it. We have digitalized 35,000 companies thanks to the European funds, and a record number. And we have until the end of March in order to offer them a consulting session about the application of artificial intelligence. And this is a great opportunity. And we have analyzed the first 300, and there are some barriers that we need to be able to overcome. And we are in a very special moment, and with the first consulting sessions, and it's been very enriching, because we've seen the acceleration and the evolution that you can offer them with concrete things. So SMEs want to increase their productivity. And in order to make this better decisions and then to see new business models to keep on growing. And about the barriers. Well, in the end, they are similar to the ones that a big corporate has, a big corporation. And the scale is important, and in the first barriers, investment and access to talent. And in an SME and a small company, the situation is more difficult. So we see that SMEs cannot experiment and make mistakes. This is why there is this delay when adopting technologies. With generative artificial intelligence, we have to be bold and go for it, because it can be done. Another barrier in the traditional artificial intelligence would be access to data, because sometimes SMEs don't have a lot of data to predict. But with generative artificial intelligence, it is reduced. And now with the new regulation, there is a lot of fear towards SMEs, and how about compliance and how am I going to implement this new technology, and depending on the characteristics. And which are the things that we have in Telefónica? And also, it has to start with the needs that they have and the experience that we've had through this project that I was mentioning. We need to have different approaches. And what's really important as well, and depending on the degree of maturity, and we have designed some entry points and itineraries in different aspects, and a general assessment, a general strategy, and the technology, the use cases, to make them tangible and a priority, how to move forward and how to train the employees in order to leverage these capabilities. And then we can offer a concrete proposal. This is one of the aspects, a very practical approach. And then the second aspect is to reduce the technological capability. It is overwhelming, and we see a lot of models, new technologies, which one is better. So we have launched a platform, Telefónica Tech Gen AI platform, that simplifies the technological layer. So a person who is not very technological, so to say, can do things very fast, and it works with all sorts of clouds and also on-premise. It is multi-modal. You don't have to choose about which platform is better, and it is multimodal with images and videos and text, and it is integrated with the main application. So it is very fast, and you can generate it in an autonomous way. And regarding the other two problems that are also barriers, one would be the investment, especially for an SMEs, to control the cost of launching this. And thanks to this platform, the SME can have the cost in real time of what they are using to control it. And then the last point would be to make sure that it is compliant with its capability to fulfill the data. And it suppresses the technical complexity so that everybody can launch agents in their companies in a very fast way. And well, we've talked about itineraries and technology. So how can we help SMEs? How can we accompany them in this process? Well, we will do it the same way that we've done it before, when we have disruptive technologies, and also when cloud appeared and the cybersecurity movement. We accompany our customers in this process end to end, and this is why in Telefónica we have more than 4,000 million euros and based on technology, and we are going to make very important movements. One would be our commercial portfolio, and to include artificial intelligence so that it is easier to access all these different functionalities that Elena mentioned. And then a second thing would be the transformation of our commercial channels. We know that in order for this to happen, in order to make these consulting sessions and accompanying and helping in the integration of these platforms with their functionalities, Telefónica has to be there integrating everything and has to be very close. And it is one of the projects that will be finished in 2025, and that will lead us to be the trustful partner. Elena, what do you think? Well, this is the future. we have in artificial intelligence. It is amazing, and clearly the moment is now. And if I had to make some recommendations, and also the transforming power of this technology. It amplifies the capabilities of any employer that has an SME, and also to optimize the processes and create a better relationship with the customers. So we have to leave the fear aside, and also determining the competitiveness of the company, because otherwise the market will move forward without you, leaving you aside. And also with generative artificial intelligence, we are democratizing the access and leveling the game between big and small companies. Before, the gap was getting bigger, and now with generative artificial intelligence, it can be adopted in a very simple way. And then the third point, we have an artificial intelligence of agents, more autonomous, in which there will be less human intervention, optimizing of processes in an automatic way, and human beings will revise what an artificial intelligence has done. So it has to be very solid and robust, because once you launch it, it is difficult to mitigate the risks. So I recommend all the SMEs to adopt it and start working with artificial intelligence. As Javier said, in Telefónica, we remain available, and we want to increase the adoption degree. Well, if a company or 100 companies use the artificial intelligence, this has an impact. If it's a group bigger, the impact is bigger. But if we massify the use of artificial intelligence in all the industrial fabric of our country, we would produce in a very efficient way, and we would see which prices are accepted. Also, it will have an impact on demand with a reduction of stocks, and you will get to know your customers and potential customers better, and we will have better margins, and also it is what makes us less productive vis-a-vis the other countries of the European country. So I want to encourage the companies to talk to us. We can accompany them, we can help them in this amazing journey to adopt artificial intelligence in all the countries, in all the companies of the country.
Y tenemos las capacidades.
It is the right time. We have the capabilities, and we have the willingness to promote the adoption of AI amongst SMEs in Spain. Thank you very much to all of you.
No sé si hay alguna pregunta.
Is there any question out there?
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias a todos.
Shall this not be the case? Thank you.
Buenas tardes. Hola, vamos.
Good afternoon. We're going to be speaking about security, safety, and AI. So, if you ask me about AI as a tool in the field of cybersecurity, the answer is it depends on what you want to use AI for. You can consider it as a threat to your security or as an ally. So, is it a tool or is it a threat? We're going to be displaying some elements that might be a little bit surprising to you. So, when it comes to the pros of AI, one could say that it is more effective and faster to forecast any possible cyber attack. But of course, all these will depend on how you manage logs and about how you use information. And of course, AI helps you carry out your research in a much more efficient way. It helps to more efficiently investigate the most appropriate method for each circumstance. It also helps you have more, let's say, in-depth deep learning features, and AI makes recommendations on good security habits, etc. As for its drawbacks as a tool in cybersecurity, of course, cyber attacks designed with AI are much more sophisticated. There's a clear lack of legal regulation. There are the deep fakes. And as you know, AI is not 100% factual, and you need to double check, even if this might change. So the market has embraced AI-based solutions with a rather sound criteria, I would say. This is here to stay, and, millions are invested. There are startups on AI, auspiced by different companies, and there are other companies on how to apply AI, how to apply AI in security. Now, when it comes to companies, it is quite curious. Now, when it comes to traditional deep learning or machine learning, I would say this is the one that is being used the most. Companies are used to using traditional AI with no LM or with no reasoning. Many of them are using that. In the case of generative intelligence, they use generative AI because it really helps carry out a robust research. But very little companies are using generative AI, let's say, homemade for its own purposes. This will be the next step, right? A context in which we will have our own in-house. So we need to do one little leap forward, because it's not easy to have your own home-cooked AI. So what do companies look for when they look for artificial intelligence? Greater peace of mind. Number 5, feeling more protected. But you see, in this ranking, position number 1 is composed by an improvement in cyber attacks and a better ROI, a better return on investment made in AI. So these are the main benefits that the companies look for. Now, when it comes to cyber criminals, well, their aim is the opposite one, right? What are the bad ones doing when it comes to artificial intelligence? Fran will tell you more about it. So, hello, and how are you? I am here to reaffirm that this is not just a game, it's happening. AI is being implemented in all layers related to cybersecurity. There are clear cases like this one having faced, which is quite peculiar because what we can see here is including malware straight away into the models that we tend to raise. And this is a technical side, but there's a component called Pickle by Python, and they deserialize and they place it in a malware when you raise the model. This is a way of inserting malware, which is still happening today. So imagine the impact this has, because, you know, lifting models today is quite frequent. So this is the first use case of a direct attack against models and AI architectures. But the thing doesn't end here. There are different cases in which malware is being used to creating, for example, websites which are very similar to real ones, and this malware created by the machine is, you know, and then there are plugins, crumbs, etc. And as a result of that, the users are redirected towards the page, which is very similar thanks to generative AI. So, how is how the cyber attackers or cyber criminals use AI to attack us? So basically there are many different sources. There's one which is very well known called Mitre. Mitre is a widely used matrix in cyber security, offering attacks and defense, and they help you implement it, both in terms of defense and in terms of attack. These are training modules, and AI could definitely train the context with this information. And here we have a direct attack generator. This can be attacked with AI agents, and you could set up an automated mechanism that can, you know, operate in real time, because this can be interconnected with everyday live elements, different attackers. So this is the offensive side, and there's a defensive side, and of course AI is also used for defensive purposes. In fact, it's the only way to defend ourselves, right? Using AI against AI, but it's a typical game, right? The rat and the mouse. There's a solution, there's a model. So day after day, more and more papers are published, both from a defensive and an offensive, new imaging technique, new code generation technique, etc. It's quite crazy what happens on a daily basis. As you can see here, this company, Total Virus, uses models that spot malware within the systems. Here's an example of detection and agility based on different models. It's again AI against AI to try and look for a trace of the execution by using generative AI. The case you can see here is a quite peculiar one. It comes from a 10 tester, a person who is in charge of analyzing text. And in X, this person would be talking about how terrific it is. This is a case of reverse engineering. And the person was so excited. It was like, oh, thanks to AI, I can go from code to the higher level in minutes. And this gives me a great deal of agility to move from one screen to the next and to carry out like different level analysis. So again, this is extremely useful in terms of offense and defense. So there's another bit which is somehow outside cybersecurity. Deepfakes. In fact, we are extremely committed with deepfakes, and here's where generative AI plays an important role. I'm speaking here about audio, video, and image. Even if audio and video look quite similar or are based on images, because when it comes to audio, well, it has to, I mean, the spectrogram has to be used. So it's very easy to clone a voice in 3 seconds. You can clone a voice, and the AI also offers us a wide sample of cloned voices to find the right model to spot the cloned voice, and this is the main, let's say, struggle today. We need to find the perfect technology to counterbalance deep fakes. And day after day, we can see more and more cases like, ma'am, my phone's been stolen, please send me €1,000 to my Bizum account. But Susana will tell us a bit more about this. Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Fran. So, yeah. Now we're gonna get into the world of deep fakes, and first we'll speak about the growing threat they pose, but we will be talking about solutions also. The deep fakes that are spotted are on the growth. In fact, they have grown by 4, and they represent 7% of all fraud attempts. It's been hacked. So if we assess the situation by regions, well, there is a significant growth in all regions. According to figures from 2024, in all regions, there is a significant growth, more than 140% growth in deep fakes. Now when it comes to video, between 2019 and 2023, there was a growth of 550% of deep fakes. So in 2019, there were more than 53,000 deep fakes in the net. This is the result of the growing amount of tools that are emerging and somehow democratizing access to artificial intelligence, and even more importantly to AI for content creation, AI. And some people do a misuse of such tools. Some tools allow you to create a video in 27 seconds. Fran spoke about voice clonation in 10 seconds or even less. With an audio of less than 10 seconds, they can clone a voice. But when we speak about losers, this is a specific case. We speak about financial services in the US. There are significant losses, but what's expected is a significant growth, right? This is the expected growth in losses. Fran mentioned a couple of very relevant cases that have been in the media, but we'll see other cases, such as the use that has been done about deepfakes on relevant people to promote investments in projects which are a fraud. Let me see an example. I'm not good at this. Oh, now. So if we look at the insurance world, we'll see how more and more there are more cases in which evidence has been presented to, claim a ticket, where in fact what is being presented is just an image or a video, which is a deep fake. This specific case is from a cybersecurity company in the US who hired a remote worker. The worker went through all the selection processes, and it turned out to be a North Korean. And the person had to undergo even online interviews. Not even Love is free of deep fakes. Love scammers are using AI to have multiple conversations with multiple potential victims and keep them hooked, creating this emotional relationship with them. But again, in this piece of news, if you click on it, you will see a video which is offered to scammers so that they can replace their face. Maybe they are speaking with a woman, but in fact there's a man behind. So again, love scammers. As Fran said before, phone clonation. More and more, we can all be victims of a case of this nature, cases in which you receive a message with the voice of a relative cloned, and mainly always asking for money. McAfee published the outcome of a survey, and they consider that 43% of those who had been scammed had lost between $500 and $15,000. So we're speaking about significant amounts of money. I think you're all freaking out. Now let's speak about the solutions. The first solution I would like to raise is a solution in which we are working from the innovation unit aimed at protecting phone calls at home. I will use the Movistar Home Connect demonstrator.
can protect our phone calls. In particular, how can we protect ourselves from those calls where there are voices that have been cloned using artificial intelligence? Let's see it.
Hi, Ricardo. What's up? What are you doing?
Hello, how are you? I have here a person that wants to speak with you.
Hi, I'm Susana. This is my clone voice and I am trying to scam you. I'm calling to try to get you to transfer money to an untrusted account.
So this is telling me that this is a possible fraud. So thanks to this, I can do things like hang the call and be protected.
Dejando de lado mis dotes artísticas.
So I would say that my acting skills are rather trash, but well, this voice was cloned with an open source and with an open computer, just for you to know how easy it is to have access to these tools. And now let me speak about another solution to verify, which has been launched recently. This solution allows you to identify if a content has been modified or generated through AI. We're speaking about content which might be audio, video, or image. And what we've done in To Verify is integrating the best deepfakes spotters in the market, and this provides us with a combination of algorithms and techniques which offers us a very in-depth analysis of all the content that is run through this app. You can have access to this in the web or through our API. Let's see how it works. Let's use the web interface, and let's use again my voice, my real voice, and my cloned voice, the one we've heard in the previous clip. And let's see how Verify carries out the analysis. Good, so as I said before, we're going to be using the web interface in this case. First of all, we will select the archive, we'll upload it up to Verify. We'll ask for an in-depth analysis, then we'll ask the type of archive or file. It's a potential fraud. Yeah, the system is right. And then we move to the engines, to the voice detection engine, and all of them tell us that the probability for this to be a deep fake is rather high. We can download the PDF, the reports PDF, which includes not only the information in the web, but also all the information, all the specific information. And not only this, but also the description. So what every different engine does, and the potential evidence. So everything was produced with artificial intelligence. So again, so type of archive, once again. So here we can see the outcome of the engines used to carry out the analysis. We could also download the final analysis. So this is how it works. This is how To Verify works. And today we have one of our tech partners. Haya is a Telefónica invested company through Wira. So Mariano, please, the floor is yours. I'm not gonna... No, I don't really need it. Can you all hear me? So first of all, thank you very much, Susana, and thanks to the Telefónica team for the opportunity. And what else? Well, I don't want to bring any apocalyptic... I don't want to raise any apocalyptic message. But, you know, statistics are quite scary. and they lead you to think that the landscape of telecommunications is disrupted. Today, there are 5.5 billion devices like this, which are the perfect entry door, not only to the benefits of AI, not only to an increase in productivity or to an improved customer experience. These devices are the entry door In Haya, we believe that we are part of the good actors. What do? So basically, our company is to modernize what we call, well, voice calls, which is a very high-value channel, and we want to improve the experience through this channel. We want the experience to be safer and more productive. I'm not going to tell you a lot about us. Allow me 30 seconds to tell you who we are. We are a Seattle-based company, and this is important because being based in Seattle means we have access to engineers, data scientists, mathematicians of the highest possible level, and with a global impact, a global outreach. We have more than we have millions of users thanks to partnerships with telcos and device suppliers. As a company which is specialized in improving voice, the channel we want to protect is precisely this. So again, solutions are just to verify, are excellent, and they have very interesting use cases. We are using technology like the one Susana showed before to bring AI, this AI that allows you to fight against bad AI in a seamless way. So we have created applications which pick up your call on the phone and protect you. You don't have to open ChatGPT or Perplexity. It's an instant process. And one potential question would be, how can Haya, what are these models? How can you spot if a voice is a real one or if it's Susana or Mariano using a voice note, right? So again, it's a complex project. Before I was talking to Manel, our product director, and I asked him, how can we understand or explain quickly what we do? And he said, listen, we look for unique differences between real voices and unreal voices or fake voices. What information points are there that allow us to come up with a scoring, a probabilistic scoring, which is then handed over to our client, to our user, so that they can take a decision. And one of the examples that Manel gave me was the following. He said, listen, there are sounds that are not producible by human voice, whereas artificial intelligence can. So there are some frequencies that would need you, that would require of a massive neck, like a giraffe neck. So it's a difficult game. The mouse and the rat. I don't want to be apocalyptic. It can be done. And the last thing I would like to say, I think we're running out of time, is that one of our main targets is to help our partners. We do not want to de-intermediate anyone. We do not want to eat Telefónica or any other operator. We want to collaborate. We want a joint venture. So thank you, and I hope we can keep working together for quite a long time. Let me hand it over to Sergio. Thank you. So to conclude, we have a few minutes left. One of the use cases that we are showcasing at the demo corner, by the way, you are all invited, illustrates the use that cybersecurity can have thanks to AI. so that we can pay a close look to our company. One of our approaches to that is, well, we have several. One is improving the capabilities of your team networks or the team that works in spotting vulnerabilities within companies, or the bad ones, so to speak, if they are not authorized. And another one would be spotting, detecting within your blue team, within the team that detects such attacks with cybersecurity tools. So what we've done here is to set up a space. Here you can see a short demo with a clip in which you can communicate in a totally natural way with a special intelligence, an intelligence which is trained with the typical AI tools, so that you can do a pen test to penetrate a website and steal the relevant information. So it's important to get to know all these tools, so you don't have to remember any of those. And you can ask all the relevant information about the company. You can say, listen, attack them, or crack the passwords, or leak this table down. I hope you can see it with the demo. But while we wait for the demo, we are speaking about an attackant, which is a red bot, exploring different options to steal information from the company, and another one which pays attention to the logs. I don't know. I think it widens the possibilities of the person who protects, right? Vulnerabilities, and both when it comes to detecting an attack, a potential attack for red team and blue teams is amazing. One of the major concerns all companies have when it comes to implementing artificial intelligence, be it for their cybersecurity or for any other domain, is privacy. So in this sense, we offer, I believe, some interesting solutions covering a wide span of needs. Before I said that there's very little cybersecurity in-house, mainly because it's not easy, right, to have a system in which you trust fully to, within Telefónica Tech, we're going to make available a service covering this part. So within the CPDs, within the virtual CPDs, the tech cloud platforms, you can instantiate private models where all the data is for you. So it's like having a local system. There you have access to a database, which is also hosted in your private thing, and then you can train it with the information you wish. It is in fact an in-between layer between CPUs and a final product, key at hand, that solve a problem, Copilot, etc. So this solution is a cloud solution. We want to have available APIs so that we can all have access to the artificial intelligence with very, sensitive data. One of the use cases will be precisely this clip that you can see here, in which we are attacking and defending a fake company promoting, let's say, your red team and your blue team in the company. And yeah, I think I have 1 minute left, so you're all invited to the demo. We have demos from Verify about how to upload a video. It's a quite interesting one. Then there's these, in case you want to engage with this intelligence we have set up. So thank you.
Sí. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Gracias por estar aquí.
Good afternoon. Thanks for being here during lunchtime. But it's worthwhile. These days we've been in the mobile, and the two topics that have been mentioned have been the technological sovereignty and artificial intelligence. So we are going to talk about all this and how a center like the AI factory can give us technological sovereignty. I am Paloma Castellano, Director of Voya Spain, and we've been investing in startups for the past, developing ecosystems, and we are very happy to have BSC to give infrastructure to the startups that truly need it, so that we have a European artificial intelligence. So without further ado, we have Mr. Martelli, who is going to share what they are doing. Well, it would be interesting to understand the political context in which this is happening. And we have a Mare Nostrum, and it belongs to this network, international network. These computers have a fundamental mission. You were talking about sovereignty, and the main mission is to give us sovereignty. So, in any universities, in biology, physics, engineering, wherever, they can compete with their colleagues in other parts all over the world thanks to the use of these computers. And Europe has done this. And the next step, when there is a scientist and that needs research and development, what would happen if this need is from a startup and they want to do research and development based on their own data and so on and so forth, and they want to do it with this specific infrastructure that is open, public, and so on and so forth. And this is why we have the AI factories. And then the Commission says, I'm going to select some centers, and apart from using these computers, they will have another computer that will be focused on the corporate artificial intelligence. It is going to be the AI factory. And I have some slides, and I would like to underline a few things. And it is a pan-European project. In Europe, we have 7 that put together different projects. And the second idea is that there are some industries in which we focus, and based on our strengths and the own capabilities of these machines. So not only in the health sector, but I'd like to underline the policy making, because it's been a very interesting thing to convince the European authorities that if we improve the services to the citizens, it is also an industry, and Europe needs sovereignty and a lot of computing. And then the next element, if it's just one machine, this would have a relative value. And you could start doing things, and we might need software and data lake and many other services. So the simplest version is that we are going to have another one, and The vision is that there will be a layer of services so that the companies can use these infrastructures. And this is basically what I wanted to explain to you. And the one-stop shop, and depending on the expertise, we will decide which services they need, these technological startups, these big companies. And von der Leyen in the summit in Paris said that our last goal would be that there are no companies behind because they don't have access to the computing to the computing capabilities, and these will solve a small part. Research and development in companies in a very competitive environment. This would be like a summary of these all. Well, this collection between startups, corporations, and also the use of this technology. We wanted to do it with startups and scale-ups, and in some of the cases they come from the BSC, and in others they collaborate with BCC. So my panelists, first introduce yourselves, please. Well, thanks for the invitation. I am CEO of Mitiga, a spin-off of the Supercomputing Center 2018. We are a climate tech, and we give weather intelligence to the companies to be more resilient to the weather changes and weather crisis. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation. I am Jorge Palomar, co-founder of another spin-off. In this case, Mitiga is one of the first ones, and we facilitate the risk analysis and the quality of products based on artificial intelligence, generative AI. Okay. I am Albert Iruela, and I am CEO of the Omnius company, and we started 6 years ago, and we develop and produce these solutions of artificial intelligence in natural language. We accompany companies in the definition of the corporate strategy. Why do they apply the artificial intelligence, and to identify the different use cases and implementing them. Implementation would be the things that makes us different. And it is a pleasure to be with you. And we are proud investors of Mitiga and Siguaura. And I will start with you, one of the most consolidated spin-offs. So, which things did you have in order to build what you already had? I think it is important to take one step back. And when I started in BCC, it was one of the most famous. It was our research center, and if we go back, it's even more. And I've lived it since Mitiga was born, and it was one of the first ones. And from programming in Mare Nostrum to a cloud was really hard work. We went through all the acceleration processes, but changing this mentality was very difficult. And at the same time, there's things that you can do, and 12 years afterwards, and then finally we have a research center that is in the avant-garde, and with the channel of artificial intelligence, it has the mechanisms to do this research and development in an infrastructure that is public right now and available for everybody. Thank you, Jorge. And how are you using the BSC activities? Well, I fully agree with Alex's vision, and I think that it's seen clearly. We've seen the impact, and in a conversation that we had, we wonder how is it possible that our technology is so advanced, taking into account the duration of the company itself. And this is because we had the opportunity to do this research and development, as he said. And in this case, we as being researchers, and also this opens up the opportunity so that other companies can benefit of doing this research and development. And I think it is obvious, and this is the differentiation in order to do this development and research in infrastructure and in the VSC environment. So we've been the perspective of these startups for companies that are not deep tech, so to say. So which case uses would you recommend? Well, we started this a long time ago, and technology was not mature enough to reach production. So automatically it was research and development and innovation in order so that the company understood what we were doing. It has evolved a lot in the past, and one is that the market understands what we do. And then from the perspective of technology, and also that included different use cases, and like for example here in the mobile, because there is still a long way to go in the application of artificial intelligence. And I will give you an example. If we translate this speech, it is a type of application. If we go a cardiology congress and we summarize it, the knowledge is very different. So there is a gap nowadays between the general models that can be used and where we can reach applying research and development and training our models and our vision. And what we want to do is to create synergies between the companies that need these niche cases and what we can contribute when offering the knowledge to cover these needs. So as Pep said, and in order to cover these use cases, and this would be the approach. And regarding this idea of this missing point, so to say, which are the type of collaborations that you would expect? Well, we talk in a way that it seems that everything is happening, but I think that we all, even the Commission, they, us, and it is something that it was not included in the program of the Commission a few months ago. So which is our feeling? This is the autonomy and also the public infrastructures. And we will have different ways to do this research. So first of all, there are a lot of corporations that have challenges. They are doing research and development, and they need a lot of GPUs, and they will be able to use this infrastructure. But apart from this, many other products that they develop and that need research and development, after research and development, they will get to the market in an escalated way with alliances, and this technology will be able to be disseminated. So, apart from being a user, We want to see you close as climbers. So you take the product from the research and development already in the startup, and then it will be able to be escalated if we have a big company behind. And we are not inventing anything. But the inexistence of these infrastructures, and I remember a conversation with Albert, and said, well, I have a project with a company, and we are training a new model, and in 4 months I need these hours of CPU, and I need it in this specific place, and I need help with this type of expertise, and I cannot do it, and it's not there, it doesn't exist. And the Asian colleague or American colleague, they have this type of infrastructures. So we were going to try and do this, and the big corporations that can make it scale. And it is very easy to say, but it's not easy to translate or to land. Okay. And well, it will depend on the way we do it, because you have received investment from Telefónica and from big corporation. So how do you see the corporations, the collaboration between startups and corporations, and which is the role? If you can give some recommendations to PEP about how they should structure this collaboration. Well, I'm not going to give a recommendation to PEP, but to me it is fundamental. And we have built the way, this portfolio, the way we have built it with the European and American perspective, and finding an average point, and combining also traditional venture capital with their multiples and with their strategical ones, and they want the product market, the scalability, and the deployment. So we have Telefónica, Sabadell, and with all them, they are also customers and not only investors, and then you define also the product market fit. So the collaboration with companies is critical, and I would say that when I say to a customer, I have someone who's going to be innovative during 2 years, and I have to do all this intelligence so that when it gets to the product, it's ready. And then this connection of having a center that will allow you to do this research and development, not only with a private cloud, with another type of cloud. It allows you to consolidate both scales. So, Jorge, in such a competitive environment, these tools help us a lot. So, but how can you be different? Well, it is related to what we were saying a moment ago, because in the end, the differentiation sometimes goes through profound technology, deep tech. And deep tech would not be possible if you don't have research and development behind. And if you cannot do this effort, and it's very difficult to be different in this changing environment. So our main proposal is imagining how the world will be in 10 years' time, and then to start to invest in research and development in order to solve the solutions in the market. And it's impossible to do with an initiative like the AI Factory. And in the case of Altea, it's very simple. The maturity of technology, and if we compare it to the time of the company, shows that there is research and development behind, and when there is the need in the market, it is ready to be applied. So which are the advantages of a European AI versus a Chinese one and American one? And I would like to make a differentiation and how we are working right now. And then what the BSC says, that it is a very interesting proposal, and in the end it gives you technological tools, and it is technical. You will be able to use them, and basically where I can see the differential value is that apart from the technological tools, we can put on the table data sets, sectorial knowledge, niche, researchers, experts, people, and this allows us to talk the same language as the customer. And from our perspective, having these tools makes our company to understand who is who. We compete against big developers of models from scratch. We are very good at digital, technological and scientific things to transform them into value for the company. So the providers are giving us one of the pillars, the technology, and what the AI Factory wants to do is to offer different pillars so that the value proposal is more complex and holistic. It is a big challenge for Europe to compete against these models, and the capability to reach data and to treat this data. And this is my humble opinion, obviously, it is not trying to compete against these generalistic models, but to focus on developing models that have a proposal and a goal and make it better, and basing their scalability with the trust that this data comply all ethical requirements. And this is what makes it different vis other generalistic models that try to solve everything. This would be the idea. And Pep, some models that are in this case, like the pharmaceutical European company that is doing drug development, and the automotive company that wants to look for different geometries, and that they need to make these measurings, and they need a lot of computing capabilities. So we have companies that are losing competitiveness, and also the services that are around. And I talk about AI Factory, but I wanted to remind you of something. And now there are 6, and there will be 3, 4 more. And if you count the investment on machine and people and so on, it will be 2,000 million euros, which is not bad. So the European fabric needs to think that in 12 months we will have 2 million euros as GPOs and sophisticated people to the disposal of any European companies that want to do research and development. And it is great that we can share this information with you, and will be able to implement a lot of European companies. And the access to all these different infrastructures is free. And we are going to establish competitions so that we can use this. This would be a boost to develop AI models, European models, and also many companies will be able to close this gap of competitiveness because they will already have access to the software, the knowledge, and to the infrastructure of CPUs that they need. This is the plan. And maybe in a few time we'll be able to tell you more information about this. Okay, so going back to this question. And these climatic models. Yeah, and the word would be competitiveness. You see the different competitors, they have access to this infrastructure. And we have had to escalate without that. Now, when you check the different accounts, and the P&L account is what you need to take into account. If you have elements to make the margin increase, we bought a company a few years ago, bigger than ours, and it had problems to escalate precisely for this. The money that they spent in computing these global models for each type of natural disaster, it's a lot. If you can not control this and you don't have access to do more things, you lose competitiveness and margin. And this is why there are companies in the United States that are behind you, that are in front of you, sorry. So Jorge, would you like to add something? Yeah, well, I think it is important to be competitive. As for the models and products, these foundational models, as Alberto said, I think it is important to include the other fronts. We have to be competitive in all the different layers, and the different specific models. So it gives value to the continent, and it has to go through different points. And I think these points integrate very well in these different factors. All these different layers of the infrastructure, they have the support of the administration and private companies, that the efforts are not fragmented and that they are fruitful, and that unify all the available resources. And in Europe, what we don't have is we are not ambitious enough, and we all think the same, and most of the people think the same, being ambitious and knowing that we will be able to build companies and global products in all the different stages of the artificial intelligence ecosystem. Yes, I'm going to close the panel mentioning ambition and competitiveness. Next year we are going to repeat the same panel, because in 12 months it will be very different, and we will be able to use the computing capabilities. So thank you very much to all of you, and a big round of applause for the panelists.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Hello and good afternoon. How are you doing, guys? We're gonna start or open this panel. I believe the topic is a la mode here at the mobile. We're going to be speaking about AI, a technology with an amazing potential, yet it poses many, many challenges. One of which has to do with the environment and the negative externalities of AI. The topic is becoming more and more important because in today's context, climate change, the mass extinction of the species is are two of the main challenges we face as a humanity, and the impact of climate change is worsening and worsening, as we've seen the terrible drought we've experienced, for example, here or in the Amazonia, or the unfortunate Dana in Valencia. The terrible storm in Valencia. So, of course, AI has the potential of bringing incredible efficiencies. In fact, technologies can contribute to a reduction of CO2 emissions by 15% if properly implemented in sectors such as the industry, etc. And the same applies to AI, which has the potential of improving many, many processes. But at the same time, AI consumes a great deal of power, of energy. And we know that hyperscalers with incredible data centers that are exploring the technology in depth are investing even in nuclear plants, nuclear facilities. So, of course, the dilemma is quite relevant. So it reached even the COP29 that took place in Azerbaijan, and there was one day devoted to green digitalization. The declaration was joined by more than 1,000 companies, including Telefónica, and the commitment of the declaration is to develop a technology which is designed as to reduce its CO2 footprint. It is also relevant to understand that data can be used to take climate-related decisions and to reinforce the resilience of infrastructure in the context of climate change. So the question is clear: how are we going to unbond energy consumption related to AI in order to deploy AI in a mass way so that we can leverage it on its potential? We have the fortune of sharing this panel with Francisco Montalvo. He is the Chief Data Officer in Telefónica and the Global Director on AI and Data, Carlos Martinez Miguel. You are two amazing experts on the topic, so welcome, welcome. Thank you. And if you agree, we're going to start thinking about this dilemma. Paco, if you agree, we'll start with you. I would like to ask you the following. In Telefónica, as users of this type of algorithms, what strategies have been implemented within the company to try and bring down or reduce the environmental impact of artificial intelligence? Oh, you started with a very realistic definition of the challenges we face today, and I would like to start with two remarks. The first one has to do with the following. I've been in the conference for 3 days. We've been speaking about different topics, and there is no doubt that we've been speaking about artificial intelligence mainly, but more and more, and this has been a difference in this MWC, well, this concept goes now attached to to the greening of the artificial intelligence landscape. So there is a clear light at the end of the tunnel. And then there is a very local reality in Spain. We are developing, and more will be developed. Data centers are being developed, and we have one of the best product energy mixes. 87% of the energy produced in Spain comes from renewables. Not renewables, but this non-polluting So there are important opportunities in this scenario. We cannot lose these opportunities. So the first thing we thought is, so in order to know if we are very polluting or little polluting, we need to measure. We need to measure the impact of the products and the processes we undertake and how these can be improved. For that, we have developed a tool to obtain real-time information on the energy consumption of the products we promote. We want to also fine-tune such consumption patterns. I can show you, if you wish, the tool that we have set up. It is a rather simple tool. Can you please... Well, it's called Kiri. Kiri is a Japanese tree which filters CO2 in the atmosphere. And what we're showing here is the environmental impact in terms of energy consumption. Here we can see the total hours of processing, the kilograms of CO2 emitted to the atmosphere, and the energy power consumed. For you to have a reference, well, now we are consuming the equivalent to 1.5 match of football a day, or running for 10 kilometers a day with an average consumption which is rather moderated, or the equivalent of half an average Spanish household. And here we can see the evolution, the execution time per process. Here we can see how, since we started launching the project until January, we've attained an important drop in CO2 emissions, which of course are related to the reduction of the energy consumption. And even if here we can see that there is a peak in February, well, this is because we have introduced a new product. We'll see how every product we add will make the bar raise higher, but we want to minimize the overall impact. We can see here the product launched in September and how at the beginning it was not optimal. It was in orange or even in red. And as we moved on with energy patterns, the situation has improved. The response has evolved, and now we are in green. We can see it per product. Let me go back to the previous comment. It's very important to see how Spain today is one of the countries with a lower environmental impact resulting from energy consumption. So all the products that we can bring into the Spanish market will have an optimal CO2 footprint. And this is an example of the solutions we are developing. We are engaged in understanding what is the impact of AI in our everyday life. Well, I find it to be a very easy to understand example. I'm not an engineer, and well, I got it, I grasped it. So no matter how you develop algorithms, the thing is how throughout the life cycle we optimize processes in order to optimize energy consumption. Exactly. Carlos, we've been discussing about the environmental impact and how to manage it. I believe the example has been very illustrative. Let's talk about opportunities now. From tech, you offer different AI-based solutions as well as big data solutions. Could you come up with an example, with a specific example of products that you have developed with your customers in order to make their processes more efficient and to reduce the CO2 footprint? Yeah, absolutely. Good afternoon. We're very lucky because we work with different economic sectors, and in many of them there are use cases of AI implementation, and oftentimes there is a positive net balance. In our solutions industrial sector is an excellent example, with examples of different sorts. Of course, it's a sector which is growing in the context of the reindustrialization process in Europe. Of course, we want to consume less energy in production processes or in specific facilities that require certain temperatures. Well, it is relevant to come up with projects to bring down the energy consumption, but there are other domains which might sound a little bit more indirect, and we can still save CO2 emissions, such as, for example, the projects related to avoiding disruptions in the chain, right? So we have interesting examples on predictive maintenance so that we can avoid disruptions in the production cycle. We can also contribute to improving the quality control under the acceptable threshold in order to avoid the production of faulty products that will not be able to go to market, or by reducing the scrap, as it is called, the undesired materials in the production process, thanks to the use of algorithms that predict the use of components, minimizing the inventory of waste or the products that end up becoming waste. So this is improving the CO2 footprint in the industry. Not to speak about transport. Transport is amongst one of the first CO2 emitters. We're using also data from our mobile network, the data used to understand where a phone is to send a call or a message. Well, this data can also be used to understand how the population moves. This allows us to identify patterns and take better decisions when it comes to designing a new transport route or a new concession, when it comes to, for example, defining a route, or also promoting sustainable micromobility with bicycles or EVs. And also we can have an impact on logistics, which has been the last mile market. We need to improve optimizing the planning of delivery routes. We need to understand that there's not only local citizens in towns and municipalities, but also the floating population. For example, in this country, we have more than 100 million tourists visiting the country every day. So if we help logistic companies understand mobility patterns, will help them minimize their routes, and thus also improving the satisfaction of the customer. Tourism is yet another important domain in which CO2 emissions have to be brought down. And then there are public services such as waste management. Waste management has a direct environmental impact unless it's properly planned. So we need to improve also the conciliation between locals and tourists. So there are many domains in which the balance between the cost of AI and its benefits is clearly positive, and it's worth investing. I believe it is extremely relevant. What Carlos mentioned is very relevant, and we need to dig in. We speak a great deal about AI, and there's this hype about, oh yeah, but it's very energy demanding. It's not a matter of whether it consumes a lot or very little energy. The use case oftentimes will be much more efficient than the problem it solves. The thing is that in the implementation of the use case, we need to be as efficient as possible, yet the use of energy attached to artificial intelligence, it does not necessarily have to be a negative impact. Oftentimes it is a positive impact, but of course we need to bear in mind that we are multiplying its use. I mean, the use of AI is growing exponentially, and this is what needs to be controlled. Indeed, in sustainability and in green sustainability, or in green digitalization, we speak about net zero emissions, and this is an excellent example about how we can save CO2 emissions in some sectors. So I really like examples from Spain because we have plenty of renewables. It's a sunny country. Tourism that allows us to, dig into these applications, and the examples you gave us before from the industry, it is true that a lot has been said about climate change, and there is the potential of artificial intelligence go far beyond the climate change, right? So if we save resources, as you said before, if we manage to, use less resources, it means less extraction of raw materials, a lesser impact into biodiversity, etc. So in this tech world in which we work with a great deal of partners, and by the way, I believe artificial intelligence is one more partner. I would like to ask you, Paco, what kind of debates are you having about the technological chain and its impact? Because it is important that we all, push towards the same direction to avoid producing more than what we need. We are at a turning point. We have invested a great deal to ensure that our products and processes are highly optimized. Nonetheless, we've reached a point at which products and processes depend from other processes and products on which we have no control nor information. Today, every time we use an LM, we know exactly what we are using, but we don't know the impact of training such LM. We don't even know what data has been used to train it. So we are leading several initiatives. One of them is based on discussing with data providers. If you don't give me information about what data you're using to train this model or what are the KPIs, I will not know if your model is optimal for my problem or challenge, and I will not be capable of, measuring the end-to-end impact in terms of sustainability. On the other hand, of course, this is a relevant topic in Europe. This is a very European debate. When we are asked, for example, what are you missing in this landscape? Well, clearly, we lack visibility. What I would like, for example, is for when we develop a model integrated with an LM, once a model is integrated, this model should have access to technical data that allow the system to run an estimate on the end-to-end environmental impact based on statistics. And right now we are totally lost in the process. And it's very difficult for us to be heard or listened to because we are in a sort of rush to use more and more CPUs, etc. And this is terrific because probably will promote an unforeseeable revolution. But there's a clear lack of tracking or traceability. Of course, we need to make an effort, but we need all actors or relevant stakeholders to cascade down this effort. I will not be able to choose whether one model needs to be trained in a data center in Spain, in the US, or in Germany. I will not have this capability, but at least I want to know where the model has been trained, how many hours of training has it required in order to estimate the CO2 emissions impact or environmental impact at large. And we are still at a first stage, at an initial stage. I am sure these models will evolve very rapidly. Now there's the revolution of agents, which is the specialization of certain agents, and probably this will make the process much more efficient, right? Probably it's better to use agents than large models, but I need to be capable of measuring the impact of such agents. So we are at the times when we are now having these debates. To be honest, sometimes when we reach some counterparts, they go like, oh, why are you interested in this? And we're like, well, we are committed, we're engaged. It makes no sense for us to say that we're a green company if we use tools we don't really know how green they are. So we have major challenges ahead, yet I believe there is, we're experiencing some kind of plateau. This will allow us to have a more mature debate. Absolutely. And then there's another element, which is that large companies, large tech companies, which at the end of the day end up tractioning suppliers. Well, we have commitments in terms of reaching the net zero emissions in 2040. In the case of Telefónica, other companies have gone a little bit beyond. But again, this is a chain. To commit to a net zero environment, you need to engage with your suppliers, with your vendors. So of course you need to I believe this project will be extremely interesting to gain a wider understanding, of course. And there are products on the topic of double materiality, etc. And we need to upscale it to the digital world. And it is a pity that it's us who have to raise our hand and say, listen, have you taken into account that in order to carry out all these processes, you will need a great deal of materials, of raw materials, and there is no such thing as an equivalent in the digital world, where things would be much easier because auditing processes are much easier in the digital landscape, right? We are about to get there, but we need one last push. We'll see. And I hope this will also help us in terms of reporting. Carlos, I have another question for you, which is precisely the following. We see how this technology is at an early stage, nonetheless, in order to leverage all the opportunities you were mentioning and the examples you raised, we need a robust and mass implementation. and we need a scaling up process. There are still barriers. Could you tell us a little bit more what are the main barriers you face and what is your methodology to overcome such barriers? Thank you. Yeah, absolutely, and I believe it is a match with what Paco mentioned before. I agree with him. We need to be demanding when it comes to how we use AI in general. With all revolution, with all technological revolution, comes a responsibility, right? And there was a period in which all companies were in the search of an AI-related product. We have advised our customers and we've said, and it is also important to try and not to be too ambitious. You do not always need a mass language model to, you know, I mean, some things can be solved with very simple things, with very simple solutions. Or others do not necessarily require of statistics or math. So we advise our customers, first we need to understand what are the main customer-related problems that can be solved with AI, and we need to grow in 3 axes in parallel. I'm going to make sure that this can be adopted at a mass level. There is one very central axis on data governance, and again, this data governance will allow us to grant that all this data will be used soundly. And then there are matrix that, well, are feeding an algorithm and that will enable us to take decisions. And all these have to be combined with ESG solutions and with new regulation on artificial intelligence, the new directive of the European Union, and we need to avoid any sort of discrimination, bias, potential violations of fundamental rights, and we shall never forget the environmental impact, of course. So this axis, this governance axis, is central. And then, of course, there's the technological axis. We need relevant technologies to be able to manage these mass volumes of data so that data is accessible to different teams so that they can be adopted massively, and with sustainable and efficient technologies, we need to choose the best option. Hybrid models, depending on the problem you want to solve, you'll have a technological architecture which is more relevant than another. We help them design it, operate it, and evolve it in its life cycle. And last but not least, there's the human factor. As we've seen, it's the main obstacle in, well, there's a natural resistance to change in human beings. And the boom of AI, of generative AI, well, there's all this fear about, oh, this is going to leave me unemployed. So we are helping companies tackle this cultural change and better understand that, in fact, AI will just support staff members of companies instead of replacing them. And AI will be simply used to automate processes that are of no added value. And of course, we need to promote the value culture. We need to take decisions based on data. This needs to be understood at all levels, from the top level to the operational level, because, you know, this is the end vision we aim at. It has to do, you know, with data democratization. We oftentimes say that each employee in Telefónica or any other company shall have access to the relevant information with the support of the best possible AI to take the best possible decision for the company at any given time. So we are moving forward in parallel in all these axes. We insist it's important not to push too much one axis without pushing others, right? You know, there are some companies who only focus on one, but they don't really know what data is going to be used, nor if this data is of quality. So there's a total disconnect, and this produces a great deal of frustration, right? And as a result of that, it's very difficult to go back to AI because there is like an inner complex, like, oh, this is not for us. The leadership of the company ends up reaching the wrong conclusion that it's not the right time yet. So our recommendation is to move forward in this 4 axes in parallel, simultaneously, and, you know, always from a business perspective, achieving results from the beginning, and this shall be also very much attached to the business priorities. And there's one other element that Carlos raised. An LDM solves a very tiny part of the problems we face every day. Sometimes a good analytics is much more relevant than any AI-powered solution. We shall never think that the adoption of artificial intelligence is proportional to LM's usage. They shall be properly ordered. Data, governance, exploitation through AI, and value multiplication, because unless we follow this order, we'll be, you know, making a lot of noise and a great deal of inefficiencies from a sustainability perspective, because we'll be prioritizing mass systems for very basic things. My son is 13 years old and he does not Google anymore. He goes to ChatGPT, and I'm like, every time you do this, you kill a tree. I have the same debate with my husband. Stop using ChatGPT. For what you're asking, it's not necessary. But if you have the feeling that everything is, you know, for free, this works better than Google, because here you get the answer right away, right? So instead of, well, of course, we need to promote the critical spirit, but we're not raising environmental awareness on the use of technology. I agree. And then there's education, of course. We need to do so in companies, and we need to transfer this to society at large, and we need to raise awareness about the environmental impact of technology. You know, it's like cars. You should not drive to the corner, and you do not need a super algorithm to, you know, find the answer in an encyclopedia or in a book, reading a book. So we need to promote awareness raising amongst all ages and social layers. Indeed, it's a very interesting reflection. You know, the topics that, or the elements that become unsustainable when they go massive, it's as a result of the massive use of such tools and technologies. So of course, you've hit the button. It is important to decide where it makes sense and what level of complexity would bring sense to using a mass system such as ChatGPT. Absolutely. So we have literally 1 minute left, so I'm gonna start gently closing. You've given us a big picture. Thank you. In Telefónica, we have a great deal of capabilities. We've been using this technology for quite a long time now. We've been working in the design and in the development so that it's aligned with our sustainability strategies. So one of the main advantages of yours is that you have these capabilities for very complex projects and for very mature technologies, which perhaps are less complex but are also less on demand. So at the end of the day, it's an excellent example on how we can become the best tech partners for our customers' green transition, and we will see how this goes in the upcoming mobiles. Thank you very much, and thanks for your assistance.
Muy buenas tardes. Muchísimas gracias a todos por atendernos en esta mesa redonda. Soy Darío Cesena, director general de Chipro.
Good afternoon. In Cyprum, we're an engineer of process industrial platform in the group Telefónica, and I have a number of speakers here with me. We're going to talk about the importance of digitalization and resilient digitalization. And as you might know, digitalization is transforming the everyday life of companies, especially in the industrial companies in which the integration of technology helps to be more efficient in operations, to produce more and better and at lower cost. And in this macro context in which we are, and the COVID, the supply chain crisis, the war in Ukraine, and the industrial companies have to adapt and make the most of the technological curve and to be more flexible and more agile. And we are going to talk about the importance of integrating technology in order to be digital and in order to be resilient. Like, for example, when we integrate a monitoring system like we saw, and based on connectivity of all the sensors, and this is in the infrastructure and with the everyday operations, and also to make decisions on real time and in a faster way thanks to the integration of technologies. And this is what we are going to talk about. And I have Luigi Gutierrez, CTO for Micaela Group and CEO of Vega. Thank you very much for being here with us. And we have also Alberto Gamero in Iberia, Siemens. Thank you very much for being here today. And Maria Eugenia Borbore, Director of the Vertical of Industry in Telefónica, Spain. Thank you very much for being here. This concept of digitalization, resilient digitalization, which is your vision and the vision of your companies regarding the importance of the integration of technology in order to be digital and resilient. And well, we are all digitalized, and it is impossible to, without having the systems, to have a sales strategy. We don't know who we want to sell to. And in this sense, this type of technology that allows us to have a replica of what's happening and being able to simulate it and have the production of data on real time. Well, in the bottling, it is important to react in a very agile way. And now with the changes in the borders, we need to react. And when the prices go up and the border and in the customs at the border, there is a big demand to have it before the tariffs have increased. Okay, thank you very much, Luigi. And Siemens, Alberto. Yeah, well, to me, from the perspective of the industry, the resilient digitalization is the engine so that the industry is one of the drivers of the growth of the GDP in Spain and in Europe. And in order to have these quotas of innovation and competitiveness and to reduce the dependency of global partners. And this is how the situation is complicated. In Siemens, the digital resilience with our technologies contributing to the industry with avant-garde solutions. But not only this, Siemens as a company also works on adopting technologies that will help us to be more resilient. And Just to give you an example, we have a system, generative artificial intelligence use cases radar, that identifies different use cases of generative AI that will help us in different situations. And also that has an impact on our everyday life. So the Siemens can be the consumers of the technology that you provide to the market, and this allows you to be more resilient. Yes, exactly. We eat what we cook, we manufacture technology, and we manufacture product. And Maria Eugenia, well, we have something similar. We need to be resilient in our own technologies, the ones that we propose to the clients. And then Telefónica has to be resilient with the services that we offer. And the network, the fiber, that the country needed resilience during the pandemic, showed this capability to expand the optic fiber. And this has just started. We have deployed the last technologies here in the mobile. We are talking about the post-quantum technology. What will happen with the quantum computers are implemented? The network will have to be ready to answer these challenges. And in the industry is very similar. This is one of the big challenges linked to digitalization. And the previous speech, we talked about sustainability, and the digitalization of the company is not understood without innovation and a new business model. And this is why the use of data is going to be fundamental. And in this sense, the companies must start sharing the information and move from silos to sharing information. And it is a concept that we are launching, that sphere in which we work for the government of data model, but for the whole value chain. This will make us be more flexible and faster and make decisions on real time. And this has to be sustainable. The costs of companies are really high, and more than 50% make them, in 50% of the cases, they have to delay their investments because it goes at a high cost. And then we have another point that is also a challenge: the resources, the profiles. And more than 80% of companies, they find difficulties to find these profiles, and the 40% of the resources that we have nowadays in the companies have a level of digitalization very low. And these are the three main challenges: digitalization, sustainability, and this last piece of the resources, and that the industry faces. And I'm fully agree with the concept of the importance to obtain data. And data is an asset of what companies produce. For example, the automobile sector, it's not only vehicles, but also the data that this process generates. And for example, an example of resilience is the importance to have a good steering plan, because threats are increasing remarkably, and companies need to have a good master plan and an important technological component in order to adapt to all the situations of threats and challenges. Alberto, from Siemens, from your perspective as a leader in the sector, manufacturing technology and consuming technology, what do you offer to the market so that the clients can have this resilient digitalization? We are the leaders in the sector. We provide the technology so that the companies can design and plan a resilient digitalization and safe in the investment that our customers do, because it is a technology that will last in time. It will increase its functionalities depending on the needs of the industry and the new technologies that might arise. And we've been working on this for the last decades, a platform that allows for this resilient digitalization. And these technological platforms have been working. And one of the drivers of the resilience is data, as Maru said. Maru in the industry is crucial nowadays, and the data-driven is guiding industries based on the data that is generated. Our solutions work on this concept of consuming, optimizing, and transferring data from different units. And it is something that allows us to position solutions in research and development and product, and integrating them in the production of the operations, and with the sequencing and the often in the data that can be transferred to the company itself. For example, the suite of centers working on this consumption goods works on the digitalization, designing formula and the quality control, and in this research and development department, it transfers it to this this laboratory solution to give quality in the product. And also, if we take a look at the supply, we have solutions that manage the integration, that integrate this data that are generated in the business unit of the production, and with the challenges that might arise. We have some solutions that manage, design, optimize, and manage in real time the supply chain of our customers, and both in the value and the production of the value chain. I think that it is a differentiating element so that clients can be resilient. The fact that we can integrate in the same ecosystem the software product and its management, quality, control of production, and planning, thanks to the portfolio of products that you have. And Maria Eugenia, and from Telefónica perspective, what's the role that you play so that the customers can be more resilient?
We define ourselves as a company which is capable of integrating the different functions. So we define ourselves as an integrator of needs that let's say, operate in the end-to-end dynamics, and we do so from a very consultative perspective, knowing the process. We host all the different layers, OT layers, 5G networks, that provide you with a dedicated space, depending on the use case, of course, with a high quality, with a high quality 5G, of course. The safety layer when the factory is disconnected is not the same than when it's connected, and then of course customer processes play an important role, because processes that might need hyper-escalating features. The LOM-prem is what is more preponderant up to date, but we could migrate to flexible models, and in this sense I believe we have the best possible agreements. We have been confronted with interesting cases in the previous presentation. We've talked about computer vision for quality control. So all this amount of information, of course video requires of a computational capacity that when you need it in real time, you will have to adapt the nodes. The hosting nodes, and this is why we are deploying for the industrial sector edge nodes close to the factory so that this capability can get closer and closer to 5G. And then we add the extra layer, data, which will allow you to take decisions in real time and in the relevant moment. But nothing of this would be possible without the deep understanding of the process, of the industrial process. In this sense, we have acquired capabilities. We have included Deep Chrome more than 3 years ago, and industrial engineering, very much focused into the industry, and we have incorporated all the relevant technologies to integrate all these solutions so that, you know, we can respond to the challenges we mentioned before. Sustainability, optimal solutions that optimize energy consumption, and talent. Talent is rare, so it is important to build synergies too. Yeah, well, I believe this is an interesting value proposition, right? Supporting customers, end-to-end cybersecurity, artificial intelligence, and the relevant knowledge required by the industry. So having a journey in factories, it is important indeed, so that projects like Migasa's can be successful and more resilient. So, Luizmi, from Migasa, could you tell us a little bit more about one specific use case? How do you exemplify resilient industrialization? Well, we're working in different projects. For us, data is the most important, even if it sounds weird, because it allows you to take quick and right decisions. What in the past was limited to the financial sector, today has been expanded to real-time analysis of the data produced in the factory. This provides us with a great deal of flexibility and allows us to take real-time decisions. We have, for example, MEMS that we have set up in some of the factories. We have included traceability features. We can now better understand the traceability. We have APSs, which are systems to optimize the performance of the factory, and even transformation and storage. It is also good to have everything interconnected and have your RP data interconnected with your Siemens, and, you know, being able to use them in a quick and relevant way. This is why it is important for operators not to have too many problems in operating the systems. Absolutely, I believe that in the screen you'll see a clear example of resilient digitalization with Siemens. For one of the Migasa projects, we are jointly integrating a sequencing and production planning project, which offers you real-time information on sequencing in the production lines so that you can take real-time decisions that have an impact into the planning, right? And this allows you to, you know, have a balancing and rebalancing the different products, the timings, the preparation timings, or the cleaning timings. Absolutely, because there is a balance between one line and the other. We balance at high level between one factory and the other. Sometimes we have the data, but we do not have an instant decision, and you can, you know, end up having a problem. And you might end up having to use another line, which is the easier thing to do, right? And there are other factories which, you know, in which you need to transfer workforce, and it's not easy because factories are quite scattered around. It is a clear example of resilient digitalization, having real-time data in terms of sequencing and production planning, right? Because this allows you to take decisions in a much more agile and flexible way, and this has indeed a significant impact in the everyday life performance of the production plant. In the recent national conference in Barcelona in January, Siemens and Telefónica presented an agreement to the press to joint venture in order to Well, I don't know if you can tell us what you bring to the agreement. Yeah, absolutely. Well, this agreement is a very interesting agreement for the sector because the leaders like Telefónica and Siemens for sure will contribute a great deal in terms of digital transformation in the industry. As it has been said before, as Siemens, we contribute with innovative technologies that will contribute to the modernization of the current programs that the industry is facing, as Luigi mentioned, and somehow this will contribute to manage in an efficient way what we call digitalization in the industry. Then there is another important point in the agreement, which is that experts and partners of Telefónica and GPROM will also be part of a certification and training and empowerment program on Siemens technologies. As we said before, the different digital twins and innovative technologies led by Siemens, as well as in AI. Another important element is that if customers so wish, if they wish to see how innovative platforms operate, they can do so on the spot in the excellence centers hosted in digital, both in Madrid and in Barcelona, here in Zona Franca at the D Factory. And there we have a sample of our technologies. Then we have another global center of excellence in maritime technologies in Ferrol. So at the end of the day, and as I said before, the agreement aims at promoting digitalization in the sector, in the industry. Absolutely, it makes a lot of sense. Such an agreement makes a lot of sense. From Telefónica, our belief in digitalization is natural, right? So incorporating the last technologies, the last and best available technologies, the best possible talent, acquiring in an unorganic way knowledge through companies in the cloud, for example, segment with ultra-status, cybersecurity, big data, or even more recently, GPrompt was one of our last acquisitions because we want to be experts in the field, always hand in hand with the best experts. So it's natural, as we've said before, with hyperscalators, with IBM, Amazon, Google, Microsoft. So it's natural for us to develop programs, also to, gain an in-depth training program to implement the best possible technologies with our customers. And in the industrial segment, we would want to be less. When you look at the market and you look for a leader, you spot Siemens right away. So it would make sense to do this joint venture. And this is precisely the line we're working on, APification, and we're also bringing into our innovation hub, La Cabina, all these samples, all these demonstrations, so we can test them with our customers. And the next step we'll undertake, because we're not complacent, because of course today's technologies are amazing, but we also want to work in development of new products in the near future. We want to innovate, we want to develop the products that we'll see in the future, and we hope that sooner or later we'll be able to announce them. So it's an agreement, it's a relationship that has started recently, and it makes a lot of sense, as you say, Alberto, not only for the business in both companies, but also for the sector at large. Absolutely, this is the way it is. From the GPROM perspective, I think it makes a lot of sense, a great deal of sense, to go hand in hand with a leader, with an industrial leader like Siemens, with its portfolio of product to support customers. And, hand in hand with Telefónica, all these digitalization projects require of a great deal of connectivity, infrastructure. The main player, of course, in connectivity in Europe. We are the main leader in this sector, so it makes sense when a project needs hyper-connectivity and real-time data. Absolutely, it makes a great deal of sense. So, Luigi, from your take, from your perspective, from the customer perspective, this kind of agreements aiming at supporting you in your digital transformation, which is not an easy or short path. It requires of a long-term partners relationship. What is your understanding, your perspective? Well, for us it is very important to have a global partner that bonds or unites standardized communications, such as Telefónica, combined with Siemens technology. And it's amazing to have like a bundle, right? A bundle on the topic. So yeah, we have incredible examples of rare protocols, as I call them, for those of us who come from the IT sector, and standardized protocols of the traditional IT, and all this needs to be centralized, and we need to have a global vendor that can offer global services, and this makes your life much easier, really. And in projects of this nature, well, they tend to be rather complex, and any tiny failure in a factory might have important consequences and entail a significant disruption. We started working with you even before you were in Telefónica, so even more so now. As a global integrator, we believe in Telefónica. We trust Telefónica for the time being, and I hope for quite a long time now. And yeah, this is precisely what we aim at, not having too many suppliers for one same solution. We want to work with as little vendors as possible. It is a pleasure and an honor to work with a corporate group like you, global leaders in olive oil production, and we believe it's a winning formula to digitize processes. This is the olive oil, the golden liquid, right? The liquid gold, rather. So, as a conclusion, I would say that digital resilience is not only an obligation, but a strategic lever to ensure the competitivity of Spanish industries. And in order to attain resilience, there would be three main ingredients or inputs. The first one would be the selection of the technology. I believe the relevant selection of technology is key in this kind of project. Secondly, selecting the right partner. We're speaking about long-term projects, complex projects, in which at the end of the day you end up marrying with the integrator of whatever solution you are engaged with, and the selection of a robust partner is key. Last but not least, people, talent. No matter how much technology you insert into factories, if people do not gain ownership of such technology, it would be like throwing the money into the bin. So it is very important to promote reskilling programs and training programs to ensure the success of a resilient digital transformation in the Spanish industrial sector. Thank you very much to all of you for being here in this panel on digitalization in Spain. Thank you.
Estaremos encantados ahora. Cualquier duda o pregunta estamos.
And if you have any question, please do not hesitate to reach us. We'll be around.
Buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por estar aquí.
Thank you very much for being here. Greetings to everybody who is connected online. We are going to introduce ourselves. We are the team of innovation in Telefónica Spain. Almar Tuño, Irene Cañizares, and Vanesa Montoya. This session we're going to talk about smart agro, intelligent agriculture. We have distributed this session in 3 parts. First of all, the solutions that we contribute to the agricultural sector, and then in the second part we are going to talk about the pilot and the pilot project that we have done together with the Polytechnical University in Madrid and for our Bodegas Viñedo Casa del Valle vineyard. And then in the third part we will connect with the UPM team that has collaborated. They are going to share more aspects of the pilot project, and we will see the robot that we have designed for the project. So I invite you to stay till the end. So first part, as I was saying, in Telefónica we are aware of the challenges of the agricultural sector, and we believe that technology, the digital transformation of the agricultural exploitations can help us to face these challenges. So we have the climate change on the one hand with climatic events, and when there are droughts will last longer, and the technology can help us. Then sustainability, the exploitations, the agricultural exploitations have to make an efficient use of the chemicals, and also they cannot harm the ecosystems and the prices of these resources that are used to produce, and these are very high, the price of these supplies, and it is important to take into account it. We have a problem of substitution of the generation. There is a lack of talent, and technology will make the young people to devote to this sort of task. So it's going to make the agriculture more appealing for these young people. And we offer these smart solutions based on the Internet of Things, for example, the artificial intelligence, to help to face these problems and transform the agricultural exploitations. And we have more than 40 exploitations that are already digitalized. And we also participate in the agriculture, in the innovative system. There is a Ministry of the Agriculture and Livestock Ministry, and we participate with agro labs. We test new technologies in these spaces, and so that they can test these new technologies and acquire them and integrate them in their production methods. And also we boost pilot projects with entrepreneurs. And there are some examples of pilot projects that we have led in this innovative context, like, for example, intelligent fertilization to optimize the use of fertilizers based on data of the quality of the soil, and satellite images, sensors, smart irrigation. Other projects for the configuration of these gates, and this way it allows you to create these virtual gates, so to say, these enclosed virtual gates, and you can also check the well-being and the welfare. And also with smart beehives that can measure the internal temperature of the beehive, that allows to have information about the knots of the wind, and we can monitor the flying of the bees. So different examples of innovation in the agriculture and livestock industry. And now they will share the innovation project that we have led in Telefónica Spain, Smart Agro 5G. Well, as you saw in our sector, there are a lot of challenges, and Telefónica can contribute a lot, and we can offer our possibilities and our services to solve this. And we wanted to put innovation to test these different solutions and face these different challenges that we have. Like, for example, to mobilize the life cycle of a vineyard and to optimize the production in future years. And it is something complicated because it's a system that is alive, and the parameters depend on treatments of a few years ago. And with this challenge, we want to offer this model of artificial intelligence to predict the development of vegetation and the crop that is produced, and also the availability and the remote location. And we have offered the digitalization of the crop through robotics and sensor creating, IoT, 5G connectivity and edge computing. And also it is important to test these cases, this precision agriculture, because it will allow us to apply new treatments tailor-made in the same plot of land. And our goal in this project is to offer with this information tools for the decision-making process based on different data of artificial intelligence. And also, if a vineyard can collect this data, and it will allow us to test, like Telefónica, new capabilities to be the integral partner in this sector. And what have we done in the project? We have collaborated with the project Viñedos y Casas del Valle, with the vineyard they have in Toledo. We went there, and we have collaborated with the Polytechnical University in Madrid, and in industrial engineer, the Foundation Premio Arte, and the Robotics Center CAR. And we have captured some data, and we've had these models in a very precise way, and we will share this information with you later on. And then the project, all the technology that we have offered has these four parts, and on the one hand we have the star of the robot that has a robotic platform of Robotnik, that it is ready for the orography of the terrain because it has a lot of rocks and it's very complex. This platform has a robotic arm that is designed in the specific weight. This robotic arm is from Unitree, and we have put a multi-spectral camera collecting images from different frequencies, and also the volumetry, and also we have given connectivity in a mobile platform, and it also has a GPS router, and this is to improve the localization in principles and in centimeters. And then the robotic part, we have sensors, IoT, and probes in soil that detect the moisture, and then a weather station that collects all this weather information that complement the information that we need to develop these projections. And also we contribute to this, and in rural spaces it is very important, and it is the the bandwidth of a 5G that allows us to have a better propagation. And we are in a location that is at 2 kilometers approximately, with very good characteristics, and it can be brought to the edge computing. This is where we have the server installed and where we store this. It is the node that is closer to the cloud, very close to where this data is generated. And here we are going to store these models of artificial intelligence, and with the prediction of the generative model, and also the amount of the crop that has been collected, and also the app that will help the farmer to visualize all the information that they might need. And then, just to give you an idea, we will have the robot in doing a bit trajectory, collecting all the information. And it is true that in the vineyard we have different treatments of the pruning of the vineyards, and this is all the information that we convey through the network towards the edge computing. And this is here we are going to process the data and the storage of the data. And well, this is what we have obtained. Well, thank you very much. My name is Albertunio, and I am going to share the dashboard in which the client will have access to the information and make the best decisions. I'm going to show you the video so that you can see the functionality that we have. The customer will be able to access on real time to the information, and with conductivity as well in each one of the sensors. And then secondly, they can visualize the images from the multispectral camera and the 6 channels, and we will have a 12 shots for each plant, and it gives us 3,000 images in each one of the inspections done by the robot. And then finally we are going to see the time evolution of the values of the sensors of the soil, the moisture, the temperature, and the conductivity. And the customer will be able to see if they are normal or not. And the data aggregated, and normally the different regions of the vineyard are treated differently, and also the ones, the regions that are underneath, deeper. And then finally, the customer will be able to see the results of the analytic models that have been developed, the hydric potential, and the prediction of the crop. So artificial intelligence, as it was said, is going to revolutionize the agriculture, to increase the productivity and to make it more sustainable. And this is why we have implemented some algorithms, and to more sophisticated algorithms, and they are used to understand how vegetation evolves during the life cycle, and also to see the grape when it started to grow. And then we have an algorithm to estimate the vegetation, and it is done using the cloud point lidar and also the multispectral images. And we have applied different algorithms, and we have also implemented an algorithm of vegetative state, and it tells us how healthy the leaves are. And we can do it through the indexes of normalized vegetation that are calculated through the images of the camera, and 2 other regions of the spectrum, the infrared and the red. And also some spectral signatures of each one of the plants, we have analyzed all the different channels, and we have a digital signature of each one of the plants. And then an algorithm to identify the pixels, to identify when the fruit starts to grow. And with these basic algorithms, we have built some sophisticated models. And we have the model to estimate the potential, and it's going to give us the value of water potential, the hydric potential, to see if the plant is stressed or not, if it needs more water or not. This way the farmer will go see if there are any pests or if the irrigation system is not working properly, and so on and so forth. And what we have used for the model is the meteorological station, the temperature, and the radiation. And then finally, the channels of the multispectral camera. And the red H channel has not been used. And we have also implemented a model of random forest, and they've been validated with the real measurings of the leaves, so with real cameras to check the hydric pressure or hydric stress, so to say, and also the amount of grapes that are going to be produced. And it is done having the information of the volume of each one of the grapes and the plants. And then with the information to identify these plants and the grapes, we will forecast the final weight of this grape. And which are the results of the project? Just to give you a summary. Well, first of all, the customer has a dashboard that will have information about all about the season, and then the prediction model. And this model will have a prediction of 75% and a model to forecast the amount of grapes that are going to be harvested with a precision of 63%. Does not seem a lot, but it is a lot because we only had the data of one season, and it will increase when we have information of more years to come. The conclusions of the project have been the technology used, and they have a great potential for the smart agricultural practices to have a complete vision of the evolution of the vineyard. And as for the automatization, the conclusion is that we have a big automatization, but it's not 100%. This would be impossible nowadays, so this is what we have learned. And then in our project, it makes sense with the plant to start to develop when we see the leaves and we see the fruits and the grapes, and we can analyze the information that is relevant. Then connectivity. What can we say of what we've used in the project? And the edge computing are the ideal technologies for these sort of services. And this allows us to send volumes to the network. As for the artificial intelligence, we are very happy to have introduced artificial intelligence with amazing results. And we have a big amount of data. So we forecast that it's going to be even better. And then the transfer of the project. It is transferable and it can be applied to any vineyard, and the results are also transferable to other crops. We would need to do some adaptation depending on the requirement of the crop. For example, the robot, the route of the robot, or the different models that we have developed, and adequating it to each one of the plants and the fruits. And then finally, we are really happy with the results, and it's been very prolific. And we would like to keep on exploring new technologies. We can keep on innovating. And then, first of all, with satellite connectivity, we have just started, and we've tried it with bandwidth in 2024. And we can reach remote places, isolated places, and for the following year, we want to connect the sensors straight away to the satellites using the new technology, device to device for IoT. This would be the first step. And then we can try different technologies that we have not been able to test, like hyperspectral cameras that will allow us to know different characteristics of the development of vegetation that are not accessible with the cameras that are used nowadays. And also with sensors of the quality of the plant. And also we can check the sap of the plant. We will be able to apply it in the agricultural sector, these technologies. And with a great quality and thermal images and so on and so forth. And we would like to test new models of sophisticated AI with new data sources like the drones and the satellite images that will help us to have images in the continuum. Also data histories. And this will allow us to know which is the best moment to harvest the crop. And then finally, there is something we would like to do, and to cover this 100%, this ideal of 100%, and to help in the optimization of the data collection of the farmer. Having a digital twin, this would be the ideal in this type of project. Well, so these were the details. I give the floor to Vanesa. She is going to give us more information yet. So as I was saying, we are going to connect with the team in the Polytechnic University in Madrid. Hello, how are you? Can you hear me? Yes. You have Constantino Ortega, in the agricultural engineer of the university. Hello, Constantino, how are you? We also have David Urbea. He is a researcher of the industrial faculty, expert in robotics. And we also have Luz Atienza, an expert in viticulture, a researcher in the agronomic studies. And we have here the robot. And now they are in the laboratory of robotics. There are some expectations to see the robot in action. Here we can see the robotic arm. And the implementation of this spectral camera, and a leader of the different channels. And then the importance of these that allows us to do some corrections. So could you tell us which is the big challenge when building this system? The Robotnik, the arm. So what can you do? And the plot of land where you have been tested this technology? Well, we need to use the adequate framework to integrate these two commercial platforms, Unit or Robotnik, in the operation center of the robot. They complement each other. We have to invest more time in doing the integration correctly and to see that they are truly synchronized. But when you are working in the ROS framework, you can achieve it. And also with the specific goals of the project, it would be the locomotion, the localization, and the data collecting and the volume. So when we go to the field, we have environmental conditions that can limit us. So this is why it is so important to have this robust system between these three aspects: mechanics, communications, technology. And the latency can be very limiting for our system when we receive the corrections, and the connections that we have with the server in Telefónica and the connections with the remote station. It is a challenge that we need to overcome. But I think that what we have done has been more than enough. So can you tell me which is the volume of data that we have? Well, we have 12 gigas of data, and the heaviest things are the images of the multispectral camera, and the resolution of these images. We have these 6 channels. So we have approximately 9 megabytes for each plant, so it will be 1 gigabyte. And it has been a continuous transmission, and if we move forward, we have all this information on real time, so we can optimize the time in which we are doing this project. So now I would like to give the floor to Luz. Please tell us what have been the differential factors in these automatized collection of data, and when we obtain the information manually or with sensors, just to see the added value of the robotic system. Well, hello to everybody. Well, first of all, the importance of having this type of remote information. We are talking about non-destructive measures, and also we are talking about being efficient. The vegetation depends on a lot of factors: weather, the soil, the handling of the crop. So it is important to be efficient when we collect this data. As for the data that we are collecting in the multispectral camera, it is related to the well-being of the plant and the vegetation around, and that are used in precision agriculture. It is an index that uses the lead system and relates the efficiency of the plant when doing photosynthesis and developing the vegetation, and it is related to other parameters as the yield and the capability to produce leaves and to tell us something about the well-being of the plant. So RBNI puts together all these different parameters, and it's not the same. The vegetation development in one soil or another soil, and also the information that can be obtained by sensors like LIDAR, and how this canopy is developed or the volume as well, also regarding the final volume, and it is relevant information when applying chemical products, because we want to be efficient when applying these chemicals. So if we know the vegetative development, we can apply precisely what the plant needs and not more and not less. And also the yield, these visible parts of the cameras allow us to differentiate between the grapes and the leaves, which is the most important thing for the farmer, and to estimate the vegetation that is needed in order to have these kilos of grape per plant. So is it possible for precision agriculture? It is very important to monitor these parameters that you have just mentioned. And is it possible to forecast a 100% digital scenario or not? Well, in the end, we have to see it as a whole, and the development of the plant is a whole, and all the aspects are relevant: the soil, the plant, and the air. And we think about the automatization of all these factors. We have information about the sensors in the soil and the moisture and the electricity and the texture, or the amount of organic matter, or the physical or chemical properties of the soil. And all these things are important to double check with some probes. And in the plant, the water stress, the vegetation growth, the follow-up of the phenological state, detection of pests, or the yield. These are different parameters that, thanks to these sensors, we can estimate and forecast. And always when we develop these models, we have to feed these models with different measures. The quality of the gate, for example, is important. These are destructive measures that the farmer needs to do when they want to achieve a better wine or with a specific quality. And it is important to have this information about the maturity. So there's still some manuality, some hands-on things that need to be done. Okay, we are a little later, so Constantino, please. You said recently that you were in a robotics fair. Which are the technologies that are going to be seen in order to keep on evolving towards the smart precision agriculture? Yes. Well, as we are saying, the precision agriculture is based on data. So all technologies, all sensors that are better, more precise, more advanced, or technologies related to the analysis of this data, generating big data, and this artificial intelligence will allow us to give more better recommendations to the farmer and to be more productive. And how do you see Telefónica? Which is the role that we are playing and that we are going to play in these future scenarios and present scenarios? Well, companies as Telefónica are fundamental with 5G technologies that allow us to send more data in a faster way, in a robust way. Technologies like edge computing that bring modeling to the countryside, and then robotics. In fairs like the one that was organized in Toulouse, we saw that robotics is not science fiction. We have prototypes like this one you can see here, and there are some commercial teams that automatize other tasks They are more simple than the ones we've done, but the farmers can buy or rent these robots. And Telefónica, as an integrator of all these technologies, can develop an important role in making this agriculture 4.0. Well, thank you very much. We have learned a lot in the project, and I don't think there is time for questions, but please remain there just in case. So 3 levers: precision agriculture, data collection in the crops using different technologies, and robotics technology, and the artificial intelligence to process this data and to generate tools to allow agricultures to make better decisions, and then the capabilities of our network, the edge computing, and also we have an integral solution for our customer to allow them to make the best decisions. So if there are any questions, okay, well then thank you very much. And a good evening.
Nuestra forma de trabajar ha cambiado radicalmente.
Bueno, pues lo primero de todo, muchas
Well, first of all, thank you very much. Good evening to everybody here. I'm going to tell you what's Wyra and what we are doing from this vertical of cybersecurity. We have a long track record in which we have given our support through the different business units, and we have invested with a portfolio in different companies with cybersecurity, and with NCIVE Emprende program we are supporting this sector that is too relevant for us. So Wyra, we are investors and we invest on companies that have a fit with Telefónica, and it can be the internal use, and we support this type of projects and the protection of Movistar content and other internal processes, and also the resell, offering the services to third parties. And we also, with NCIVE Emprende, we can collaborate, and they are leaders in this project. And what is NCIVE Emprende? Thank you very much, Carlos, Miriam. And as a coordinator of this program in Wyra, as Carlos says, it is a program of collaboration that we do from Telefónica Open Innovation. And we've started this initiative. We want to boost entrepreneurship in the cybersecurity startups, and also to boost cybersecurity in entrepreneurship. So we are looking for technological projects, pre-seed, seed or early, that want to incorporate cybersecurity in the roadmap of development of their product, or that they include cybersecurity as the main solution. So to us, collaborating with NCIVE, it is a great honor. It is a perfect match. And as we were saying, we are collaborating, and these two projects that have gone through this program. We start with you, Hiram. Can you tell us what's this company, what's this project, and how it was born? Well, Seven Sector is a company that was born after a need. Before starting, we were working on a bid port, and we were in the protection of critical infrastructure sector. So we wondered, how can we protect assets in which we cannot do a deployment, critical asset systems in which for one reason or another you will not be able to deploy. So this is how the idea started. And then finally we launched the Seventh Sector, and it has been transformed with time, and some companies showed their interest. So Seventh Sector acts when all the other things fail in resilience. So XDRNet is a system that can detect threats. It seems complicated, but I can try and explain it to you. We have different levels or layers of security, a firewall, and we have antivirus. So what happens when all this fails? Because there is a vulnerability of IA0, or because there is a failure at human level, and this is there when we offer our services. We incorporate a system that generates a digital twin of your architecture. So it copies everything you have in production and it goes to a digital twin. And when you detect a threat, instead of attacking the productive system, we redirect the traffic to the digital twin. And there you will be able to see the impact that this could have had in your environment. And this allows us to research this threat and also to distract the attacker. And using generative AI, it can help us in the generation of the digital twin. And how can we try and trick this attacker? And we generate these kind of decoys or traps, and then we can generate a specific documentation in your company, different departments, links of information, and so on and so forth, to all the juicy content for an attacker, and move it to the digital twin. So when we detect a threat and we have redirected the traffic, the attacker will be in a simulated environment. Actually, the generative AI generates this layer and also the environment. So if we have different channels, SSH, Telit, photocolos, industrial, PC-WAP, Modbus, SS7, so artificial intelligence can generate in an instantaneous way a virtual environment collecting all the information that we have offered previously and transforming this information in answers, real answers. So I think it is really interesting, the challenges that artificial intelligence is offering. And Kimatio is one of the companies, the first company actually that I bought to the investment committee when I joined Waira with Fernando Masreus. I remember that you said, well, cybersecurity is not only inside the computer, it is also protocols of cybersecurity and the responsibility of people with the information that they are dealing with, this massive leak of information, of data. So what is Kimatio and how are you working with these risks? And they realized that cybersecurity is not only machines and firewalls and barriers and so on and so forth. And then the machines are led by people. So is this idea, why don't we do a company that will help us to associate this risk linked to people, because they are the ones handling the information, the tablets and so on, and the computers. So then we have now this platform, and it is a platform that helps in managing the human risk of companies in cybersecurity, and we do it in different ways. Well, first of all, the cyber awareness of the employees, which is truly important. The employees need to know the things they can do, the things they cannot do. And also, another very important thing is how these employees behave. So we raise awareness in a regular way and in a relevant way. Some companies have different courses, a lot of hours, very tired, and all the employees have to do them a couple of times a year. And our challenge is to make an awareness program that it can be done regularly and also to be relevant to them, focusing on the things that the employee needs and not boring them with things they already know. So, as I said, we have the test unfilled, where we simulate these attacks, phishing, smishing, QR codes, and now we are going to have a phishing functionality through voice calls. And so how the employee reacts in a situation when they receive such an attack. So we know the risk, and then we can raise awareness. And we have another module that monitors the credentials that might be exposed, and then the corporate mails can be in some sort of breach, and on the way to a third party, or maybe the employees use their credentials, their work credentials for their personal things. So we monitor these filtered credentials, and we offer this information so that the user can mitigate this risk, changing the passwords. And this is valuable information vis-a-vis the level of risk. And we also have other modules that include a layer of psychology, because we are humans handling and managing the machines, so the psychology is very important. So we have burnout modules, well-being modules, internal risk groups modules to locate the employee where they are in the company, so that they know how to improve their situation and the things that they need to do depending on how we are. And then all this information is offered through the dashboard, and we can obtain the risk level of a company depending on the impact an attack would have, the probability, and then this information allows us to make decisions on how to manage the risk link to the human factor. As a group and as an individual, in big companies and in small companies. And in big companies, if there is sensitive information that they manage, we could focus especially on them. And then Kimato was one of the projects that went through the INCIBE project, this incubating project. And going back to the other question, because we are talking and we know your sectors and your projects, but now we are going to tell the audience what's cybersecurity and which are the new challenges that might arise with these new technologies in artificial intelligence. So the question would be this: how are you welcoming these changes, and if it means really a change of perspective, and how are you integrating this? And I see that there are constant changes, but how are you integrating these changes in the project? Well, as you said, it is something that is here to stay. The maturity point is very interesting. We have the companies, they are pretty aware of the situation. They are starting to understand that the cybersecurity is something important and not just a couple of firewalls and that's it. So they truly see the need to manage these digital risks. And also thanks to the digital transformation and the artificial intelligence and of new regulations like NES 2. So it is true that in this sense we are evolving a lot, but there is still a long way to go. And how can we defend ourselves and the artificial intelligence and the cyber attacks are very sophisticated. And for the cyber attackers, it can also be. So we can face this voice cloning, the deep fakes. Not long ago, there was a cyber attack using deep fakes of video. In a video conference, there was no board of directors there. And there was supposed to be a board of directors, and we need to know how to protect ourselves and also to incorporate it to our repertoire. So little by little, in order to evolve and make this product even more interesting. In your case, how are you integrating it? You're in the avant-garde, but how are you adapting it, and what do you see in the market in Spain and Europe and the world? What's going on? Well, Spain is a country, Spain is different. So we go to the customers, we explain this to them, and they have this attitude, well, if it has happened once, it's not going to happen again. Well, if it happened to my colleague, it's not going to happen again. And we need to fight this attitude. And unfortunately, everything related to emerging technology, emerging threats will not go back, will go forward. And we are going to be one step behind. They are using generative AI to create these cyber attacks. We need to incorporate this new technology in our processes and in our detection systems, or otherwise we are going to be lost. And in our case, we have this detection system, and it is based on sensor and different generations, but these are really costly, and these decoys are costly, and in order to control the protocol we need a lot of hours invested. How did we incorporate AI? Well, it is fast, extremely fast to feed certain models with certain protocols. So we train these models and we move the information of these protocols, and then they can replicate this environment. And being a startup gives us this flexibility. So this doesn't work, so next we're going to try another model. This new model, we are going to train it. Good results? No? Next. So being agile will allow us to be in this specific point. And if the traditional system doesn't work, what's going to happen? So once we've seen this context, and this context is changing and we need to be adaptable, what are you looking for in Sive Emprende? In Wayra, if we have a big portfolio, and also to give support to our portfolio, but there are other projects and stages in which we can accompany them. So how do we accompany this project in Wayra? How are you contributing? And we are looking for different projects that are in incubator and then startups in acceleration that want to join us in this new wave of cybersecurity and help us, help Telefónica and the different players of the field, of the sector, to keep on growing. So to sum it up, we have an incubator program, IDEA, another acceleration program, validation of the product and appealing of new customers, and we offer 3 things: training, bachelor degree, mentorship with founders, consultants, and entrepreneurs. And then networking to connect this entrepreneurship. And future collaborations, and give them a lot of visibility and help them to validate and pivot. And we feel really proud when they make the pitch after you met them a few weeks ago. And this is what happened with this. We were starting the first edition of this new wave of in-CV programs, and to me it was happy to see how it has evolved and growing the visibility thanks to this program. And tomorrow he's going to be in Huayra, and Mathieu was also here, so it's good to see how all these relationships are being woven and how we give our support in the entrepreneurship process. So different stages. If you have an idea, or if you have a concrete project related to cybersecurity or needing cybersecurity in the value chain, or a startup already implemented for an acceleration program, we are here for you. And we still have some spots. We are going to finish the registering process on the 15th of March, and the next one will be in September. So I encourage you to do it. And how can they do it? They can contact you through the website. Here we have some forms in the website of Huayra. You can also check the website, and you can also be in touch with me straight away. I will be more than happy to welcome you, and we will explain to you the details of these programs and the next steps they need to take. And we can see the innovation in our booth here in Telefónica. And to close the panel, Andrea, if you can share the meaning that having a corporate venture capital. So how did Telefónica World help you with this? Well, the strategic additional value that it gives us. It's not only the capital, it's also the access to the ecosystem, and to have access to these connections, these synergies and infrastructure that with a traditional venture capital it's more difficult to achieve. So being with Huayra is being a driver of growth. We've had access to very big companies like Telefónica Tech to organize pilot projects of our tool and see how we can evolve depending on the real needs of the market. And it has opened up doors nationally and internationally. In Chile, Telefónica, we have different partners. So it is not only the capital, but also all these additional resources, because Huayra is an ally to me and to us for the marketing, the infrastructure they offer, and big reputational support. And then we can get positioned in the market not only as a startup but also as a powerful solution. And it's also important to use this knowledge that you have and this constant iteration of a project and things that might arise, but together with a startup that has this capability to adapt, and also that we get to know it. So, yeah, in your case, since we met you, since you started in the program until you win as a startup, you've actually won as a startup, and I was invited to the demo day, and it was truly wonderful. So what happened during this process, since the beginning till the end? Well, brotherhood, I would say. There is a link, a beautiful link. You listen to ideas from others, and they make you grow, this team spirit. And I think this is the most important thing, this comradeship. And the visibility of winning this award catches the attention of corporate and venture capital, and this is a very interesting point. We have venture capital, tier 1, here in Spain, but also it gives us projection not on a European level, but also at American level. At American level, and in Israel, we've make the most of this projection through INCIBE and Telefónica, and so Israel has shown its interest, and we are closing very interesting meetings. Awesome. So from Telefónica and Wayra, we invest and we give support and we integrate the solutions. But then I think it is what you were saying. We have the capability to link the points and also the people, the human beings, and to connect. This is one of the key pillars in incubation stage and in acceleration stage, giving support to the project of cybersecurity. Okay, that was all. I'm going to close the panel. Are we done? Connect is the key. INCIBE by Wayra connects you with your team and with all the ecosystem. So if you wanted to join us in this project, feel free to contact us. Thank you very much for being here, for giving more details about the project you're working on. And we welcome you all, and we want to work with you. Thank you very much.
Estamos.